Hmm. Nice bolt. A bulge. Woo
Woo.
woo. Sharing that brain cell with me, McTankles. Alright. See ya.
Hello there. How's it going, guys? Let me double check, make sure everything's good. I just got the tweet out. Do me the favor, go give it some love. Gonna be getting started here in just a second. Grab you guys today's sauce. Yeah. Think we are good to go. I probably need to reboot that. Hold on. I mean, I guess I can go live while I reboot it, but let me at least click some buttons. Torino Wiener. Okay. All right. Should be good to go. Nope. Not show you that. Ah, chat. I'm cold. I am quite cold today. It's been dark and rainy all day, and I think we got a cold front moving through. I'm hearing those of you guys up in basically the Great Lakes area are having some fun weather, thanks to my buddy Steve. He was telling me about that earlier today. Did Cat already do Super Echoes? Oh no, I didn't. I did forget that's a thing, so we can try to do that tonight. All right, let me get the AP spending here a little bit. Really noticed that my room has been decorated for Thanksgiving. Anyone have a high quality version of it? They posted it as part of the news update, but I don't have one. That may be something you might be able to get it off of like Atlas. Usually the like database pulls that they do, they'll have something like that in there. That you may be able to find it if you can find the actual update for it. Cat looking like he lives in Norway. Why? Because I'm going gray? No, I know. It's because the blanket. So I normally keep it like fairly cold in my house. It like if I told you guys the temperature, you'd be like, oh, that's not cold. Like it's cold for a Florida man. And so for someone like me, I just like I don't know, right? Like I kind of look at it and I go like, wow, like I'm actually getting a chill here because my body's just not used to that temperature really anymore. Which like, you know, I'm not like cold, but it's like it's cold enough to where it's like I should probably bundle up, and if I do that, then I'll be fine. But if I don't do that, then I will be cold. let's see. We got several 4-stars that I still need to bond. I'm not gonna bother with her because she's gonna get it naturally. You're an AoE. You're an AoE. You two are single targets, so we'll start with you next. And actually, I think I already got you to 6. I did just then. So you're solid. So let's see if there's another 5-star that I need to bond to 6. The real problem I have too is a lot of these units I already have a higher NP level of, so it's going to be him. He's sneaking right back into the back of that yet again. Colder in my room than it is outside, yeah. Plan on rolling Muramasa, or do I already have MP5? I already have MP5. My Muramasa is quite strong. But thank you for asking, because I feel like a lot of people look at me and they go like, oh, Cad's not a whale, he's not rolling. And I'm like, you know, some of the times I don't roll because I already have it done. But yeah, it's he's definitely a strong unit. He's one of those really good units where if you have NP5 of him, especially for certain challenge content, he just invalidates it a lot of the time, and it's kind of hilarious. I think it's better to say the teapot from Super Recos for Christmas rerun or use them now. That really depends on you. Like, my advice would probably be to like go look at the actual like 90 plus coming up at Christmas, and you know, ask yourself what you're going to run in that node. And if you feel like you're going to be heavy on units that you don't really want to bond, then it may be better to go ahead and use it in like a, you know, high end node right now. 120 my Muramasa yesterday. Congratulations. As you guys know, we finished off MHX, so that is now my 6th 120 on an A. Is that right? I have an all slot saber, archer, lancer, rider, caster, 7th assassin. So we're working on my 8th now on an A. That's fucking nuts. I had to sit there and actually count it out because I don't friggin' remember. It's getting hard to keep it all straight between the two servers. Maine doesn't have billboards? Really? That may be like an environmental thing though. Like so the concept of like pollution extending beyond just like you littering trash everywhere, but instead like visual pollution. There are some places that have like regulations against signs and stuff like that for that exact reason. Need today's art, by the way? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't give it to you. Here's today's sauce. Enjoy. Go give the artist some love. Not farming embers anymore? I'm full. I have no one to level. I've finished leveling all my stuff, so all of my units are done. I'm back to Trom, and I'm just nat APing Trom, basically. I luck-sacked real hard, got 3 times SSRs and what amounted to like 240 quartz. That's not bad. Single target archers getting buffed? You know, when I say that, I want the single target SSRs to get buffed. But admittedly, like, I'm not going to say that Sugitani couldn't have used the upgrade. I think her damage was a little bit subpar. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those deals where she's newer. And so, like, the buff still is surprising. I think a lot of us didn't expect that a unit that new was going to get a buff because for reference, chat, Sugitani's only been out for like a year. Like literally, it's been about a year since her event that she got released in. So that's a very fast buff. We've had other units buffed that fast, but usually you don't see the 3 stars and lower get buffed that fast. 1, we don't get a lot of them, and 2, it just really feels like the developers usually let the 3 stars and lower kind of fall by the wayside since they're free units and they just kind of know that everyone's going to get them. There are the occasional exceptions to that rule, like, you know, like units like Ezo that have had a couple of buffs over time, but Ezo is also a limited unit and definitely a fan favorite at that, so. The demerit being gone on top of the niche, yeah. Which actually, let me take one quick look here. Yeah, I don't care. I was gonna say, like, I was gonna ask you maybe to run me some numbers, but you gave me Sugitani's at least, and Trung sisters really not gonna matter for. I mean, they have like the overcharge up effect, but yeah, meh. You don't need new numbers for that, if you ask me. Find me a time machine so I can start thawing the turkey a couple days earlier. Oh shit! Had you like deep frozen it? Did you get sick again, poor boy? You know, it's really funny because like when I was over at my parents yesterday, my nieces were coughing really badly. And my brother kept insisting to me. He's like, "Oh, no, they were sick like a month ago." He's like, "This cough, it's just lingered." And I'm like, "Today?" So like last night I was having really bad allergy reactions. Like I'm actually very glad I did not stream. It would have been a miserable experience for everybody involved, including myself. So uh like it's not that I couldn't, it's I just wanted to chill, and then like literally as the night went on I kept getting worse and worse and worse. And this morning I woke up with a massive freaking sinus pressure headache. I just had like snot just coming out of me like profusely and stuff. But as the days gone on here, I've been better, as I feel like whatever it is, I'm kind of beating it back and working it out of my system. But yeah, I think my nieces had something that they were carrying, and I have been sick recently, so I think my body's just already kind of equipped to handle it. But it's kind of surprising to me that like yet again I was potentially going to get sick, and I was like, what the heck, please no. I'm somebody that I don't normally get sick, so it's like it's really weird for me to get sick multiple times in rapid succession. Thank you, Zar. Thank you for the resub, my man. How you been doing? And thank you for the 64 months. Bottom refused to thaw or cook. I had to cut my losses, literally. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, that might be a case of like maybe instead you kind of, you know how like when people do like shredded chicken or something, like maybe you take part of the turkey that like, well, I guess, yeah, I mean, it wasn't even cooked. So that is kind of a problem at that point. But I was going to say is like, yeah, maybe you could take off the parts that had thawed and cook those separately. Or again, like maybe try to like run it under hot water. I know like that's what I do whenever I cook something. Or when I go to cook something and it like hasn't thawed yet, I'll either like go try to zap it in the microwave, because usually a lot of microwaves will have a defrost, but with a whole turkey, that's going to be difficult. And at the same time with something like I might run it under hot water, and then usually that'll kind of give it the heat in order to de-thaw, but not necessarily cook. So that does seem like that would be an issue. Work is over for the day. Congratulations. And yes, for those of you guys that had to work today, I hope you guys get a nice long weekend here. Turkey's either good or sucks. So like we were talking about this the other day, but turkey is very much like someone in chat said it's a skill issue, and I do kind of agree with that. Like I think a lot of it has to do with the preparation. And, I've had some really dry turkeys over the years that were rather tasteless and bland, but I've also had some really good ones. And the thing I've learned is turkey's quite good if you smoke it or if you barbecue it in some way. Or again, you can even like roast it in the oven or something. You've got to do it in such a way that it maintains the moisture and doesn't dry out. And I think that's kind of the problem that a lot of people run into is they let it dry out and then they go like, oh crap. It's absolutely a skill issue. Yeah. In the kitchen sink, sitting in hot water to defrost. Yep. Sorry, I'm pressing the same button over and over again there. Deep fried turkey is one of the best ways. I've never had fried turkey. That sounds interesting, though. I'd be willing to try it. Barbecue turkey is amazing. I had that with the family in Texas. Yeah, we've been having smoked turkeys the past like several years here now, and they're really good. You guys know I'm not a mayonnaise person, and I freaking hate mayonnaise. But you know, mayonnaise that's done in such a way that whatever the recipe or the dish is, that I don't really taste the mayonnaise, I'm okay with. So apparently, what my dad's been doing is he's been getting like a turkey, and he puts like this rub on the turkey. And then, in order to make sure that the rub stays on, he coats the turkey in like Duke's mayonnaise, apparently. And it's really good. Like when it comes out of the smoker, it still has all the moisture in it. It's not dried out at all. It's got this nice like rub on it. And again, I can't taste any of the mayonnaise. So I'm like, whatever it does, it's great. It's like using mayonnaise as a binding agent, I think is fine. Trying to use mayonnaise for flavor is what normally upsets me. But like again, it absolutely tastes fantastic, and it really like it's one of the best turkeys I've ever had. Turkey breast, cut them into slices, season them the night before baking for an hour or so. Yeah. Turkey in an air fryer has been a game changer. I mean, are you doing the entire turkey, or is it just like a turkey breast or something like that? Because I know like how my family does it. Since at least the past couple Thanksgivings, we haven't been having as big of family Thanksgivings, so we just have like myself, maybe like my brother, and then like his family, and then maybe like my grandmother, because my grandmother's like 99 years old at this point. She's getting up there, but yeah, it's like that's kind of like our entire family. It's not like a small amount of people, but it's not like a gargantuan amount of people, which in the past, chat, we have had a gargantuan amount of people. So like because of that, we've been doing like 2 turkey breasts is what we do, and we don't do the entire like bird at that point. And it's been pretty manageable. There's still plenty. Like I actually have 2 leftover meals of it. I didn't want to eat it tonight because I was like, well, whatever. I'll just save it for myself for later. What did I just do? What did it? Oh boy. Hold on, chat. This may scuff. This may be a problem. Woo! Just barely. Okay, never mind. Just a breast. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I can see that. Like doing a whole turkey in an air fryer, I would think would be really difficult if you could even fit it, right? You'd have to have a huge air fryer at that point. But yeah, like doing just a breast in that, I could see that being amazing, right? Like that's I mean, an air fryer is basically just a like faster oven in a sense. Like it's a better microwave if you want to think about it that way as well. So I think like yeah, I think that'd be really good. Madarmema, thank you for the follow. If I said that correctly. Hello, Aniko. How's it going? But again, I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. I know, like, a lot of the times I like to go live on Thanksgiving if I can, especially if I'm around. Because I know, like, some of you guys, like, don't have too much. Like, I was sitting in VIP with at least a couple of people, and I know a couple of the people in VIP don't really necessarily have, like family necessarily to hang out with, or somebody to really like celebrate with. And so it's like that's why I usually like to be live in that regard, because I know it's like it's helpful, like even on the holidays and stuff, to like try and share it with other people to make other people feel like they have somebody. But it's like I was saying, I don't think it would have gone very well for me last night, let alone for anyone else having to listen to me. It's nice to have someone to chill with for sure. Yeah. Super Morgan made me command seal revive. It's way too RNG. I mean, that can happen. Everyone US base is recovering from food comas happily. We are. Ugh. Wow, I'm already Bond 8 with my seal. Holy crap, dude. That's kind of actually nuts. I'm just now realizing like the implication of that, considering I did not get this unit very long ago. It's just she's been consistently getting used in all the 90 plus content. Seal gaming, yep. I got you 2 comps, Cad. Sweet, thank you. That'll speed things up for me. I saw my cousin's 1-year-old at Thanksgiving last year. We didn't go over because the baby was due around Thanksgiving. Oh, that's good. My brother's son, my nephew, he's like 3 now, and now he's actually like talking and stuff, and it's like it's kind of wild because he's already like a little stinker, and you can tell like he's way too smart for his own good, and it's fun because of it. Like you're sitting there and you're thinking like, oh, there's no way like he can't be this smart, and he is, and you're just like, wow. Young kids do be that way. Yeah, it's definitely one of the more fun things. I feel like once they get past like the age of like 2, they're usually a lot better to like deal with. But like 1 to 2, it's really rough because the kid doesn't talk very much and the kid throws temper tantrums all the time. But it's like about 3, 3 onward, they start to get a lot better. Kids absorb info like a sponge. Yep. Because I have no JP, no gyms on JP. Well, aren't there gyms in the current event right now? Yeah, I think that's a thing. I think you can get more. Giving up on the 4 turn and ran seat knight at 22 turnham. Jesus. Super Brown is hella dumb. Yep. Honestly, depends on the kid. It does. It definitely does. Some kids, they'll go through phases where like in 3 they start throwing all their tantrums rather than at like 2 or something like that. And like it really just depends on the kid and where they're at, like developmentally as well as personality wise. Like I think it's both a product of like just the kid's own like own upbringing as well as their own nature. Well, this is the problem with JP right now. If I don't have anybody that has MLB of the silver or the gold, I just have to refresh until I do. Part of the reason I'm being a stickler for this is because I actually do need the resources here. Like I'm going to struggle to clear shop, and when I say clear shop, I don't mean full clear. I mean like cleared of the essentials within the time period this time around. I'm not sure really why that is. I think it's just that they've really kind of upped the bar for how much is in an actual shop, because I think the devs have slowly over time begun to adjust to the fact that they're running less events. And so because they're running less events, they're trying to make each event more rewarding. So I'm okay with that, but it's definitely an issue for being able to clear the shop on Nat AP. Shop's just bigger now. Yep. It definitely doesn't help that I haven't like actually rolled the event or anything like that. Like if you roll, you're going to have gotcha C's and the event's going to get done a lot more fast, a lot more efficient. But in general, that's usually not like, like I'll advise you guys, like don't sit there and like gotcha just to get C's for an event. It's usually not worth it, because that's the way to think about it is if every single quartz can technically count as a refill, then you would only probably use 1 to 2 refills to finish the shop without CEs at worst, and that's assuming you even need a refill, compared to actually spending like say even just 30 quartz for like a singular multi. Like there's no way that pays off. Like so that's the way I always choose to look at it, is that like yeah, by not rolling specifically just for the craft essences, I end up saving myself quartz in the long run. Even with rolling a ton, I didn't finish shop yet. Yeah, I believe it. Part of it's too because like we have the event CE that you kind of need to run for the like what do we even call this mechanic in the shop? Like the like automated farm that's going on where you just get free resources after the time ticks down. Digging, yeah. It's just they've used this mechanic before, so it's like I'm not really sure what to call it. They're just like timers, basically. Just so chat can see here. Let me re-up these because I think these just finished. I re-upped them like an hour ago, and some of them had like 49 minutes still remaining. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a problem. It looks like I'm out of that one material there. So maybe I end up finally running out, which is kind of wild because I shouldn't be, because I've been doing the 90 plus plus, which I assume gives all of them, but maybe it doesn't. Let me grab that. So when I get about 103 more bronze, I'll finally get that, and at that point I'll quote unquote be done. I would want the evocation leaves, but I have a couple of evocation leaves. So it's like it's not the end of the world if I don't get them, because honestly, I think I've gotten like every single evocation leaf ever in every event. So like I'm not exactly shy on leaves. Go ahead and start grabbing that. So I'm almost done with that side. Wow. Yeah, it's the silvers. The silvers are the ones I'm actually going to be the lowest on right now. That's wild. Like, that never happens. I'm almost never behind on silver, so I probably need to start taking the silver more than I take the gold, which is freaking nuts to me. But yeah, I mean, like, I should be okay. There's still a couple of days here. Let me see. So there's still 4 days. 4 days, like, nat APing this. I will probably need to spend some more AP to at least like get these done, right? Oh, whoops. So basically to get my storm pods done, I'm gonna have to I'll probably have 6, which should be what, 120 AP. So I'll have to spend 120 more AP on that. And then that should give me 3 days remaining, of which that should be enough to like full stack the remaining of these. So from that point, I can probably ignore them, at least in the interim, in the short term, until I'm done with the event. That should be okay. I got most of my welfare coins, and I don't think they'll get another use anytime soon. Yeah, I mean, like, so I have like 38,000, as you guys saw, but just being real with you guys for a second here, where is my evocation shop? Is it over here? It's over here. Yeah, it's like, I still have like a shit ton of stuff I can purchase in here. I do have like all the welfares, like I have all of their copies. But I have not like gone through here and like grabbed like say the coins for a lot of them, and if I did that I would probably very much be out of coins in that regard. So actually they haven't added more coins to the evocation shop, have they? I think that's 48 stacks of 10, because I think that's 480 coins. Yeah, because that's 660. So 180 coins from bonding plus 480. This is the old cap before they added the fourth and the fifth of pens. Yeah, they have not added more coins to the shop. I had to think about that because like the way the coin system used to work versus the way it kind of works now. They just went with the bond change. Yeah. Like the bond change basically means that there's additional coins out there for you to get, but you still kind of got to bond the unit up in order to get it, which is fine. Like, again, there's 480 coins the Evocation Festival. That is enough for 300 coins to 120 a unit and still have 120 for a singular append and still have change, right? So like I don't think that's that big of a deal. Like if you want to min max the unit at that point anyways, you're going to need more. So like you're going to need to bond it anyways. There's some units that had a rerun so they lucked out. Yeah. Only Gray, Satanta, Da Vinci Summer, and Karna are fine. Post append 4 and 5. That depends. Here's why. Okay. So I actually cut down on this, but you'll notice something particular here, right? Now, this is not a great example because you could roll Nobukatsu, for instance. That being said, I saved more coins. I assumed these would be a thing before they were ever announced. So with a lot of my welfares and stuff, I knew their coins were limited. I knew you weren't getting more of them. So in most of the cases, I did not burn them. The reason I let some of the Nobukatsu coins go is because Nobukatsu started to get other banners. And I was like, oh, okay, they're not going to screw us on that regard. So by the time they come out with a 4th and a 5th append, I'll have the opportunity to roll out more coins for him. Keep in mind, too, even with the old welfares, again, if you get 480 coins from a shop, Are you 120ing the unit, chat? Because if you're not 120ing the unit, then you don't need 300 extra coins here. So at that point, was it 360 is 3? So 480 is 4 pins worth right there. So you only need 120 coins worth from the bonding at that point, which is something you can get. That's not crazy to get, but like, yeah, so you could easily have all 5 appends on a unit without the other stuff. It's just you would need to actually, bond them. That's going to be the issue there. But you wouldn't be screwed, is what I'm trying to say. I did forget Nobu and Anning came back to the FP pool. Yeah, I mean, like, excuse me, like I said, in that regard, he wasn't a great example because he was a unit that you could roll more coins for. But what I'm trying to say is, even with those other units that haven't had a rerun, I usually get all of their coins, and if I don't use all of their coins, I don't immediately feed them. Like, chat, I have always done it this way, where the only coins I feed are 3-star and under that are not limited. Okay. And, the occasional 4-star FP unit. These are the only coins I ever feed to Grail casting. I will never feed 4-star and 5-star gotcha unit coins. Why? Because there's just no way to get more without rolling them. So, like, you can do that, you can feed that, but that is something that I have always told everybody from the very beginning, and I'm not kidding on this. From day one of the coin system, I have been telling people, do not spend coins that you cannot get back other than via gotcha. Like, if there's not an infinite source of the coins, don't spend them. Because you're asking to get yourself in trouble later on if they do additional systems with this coin system. So there you go. Like, if you guys were listening to me, you should be fine. If you didn't listen to me and you thought I was full of shit, well, can't help you. I burned all my Daeon coins. I mean, if you never see yourself using Daeon, go for it. But again, that's kind of how I always have chosen to look at it, is like, why would I burn something I can't get easily back, right? Like with FP, it's fucking infinite. I don't care. Like FP based coins I can always get back, but if you're not from the FP pool, I cannot infinitely get your coins back without spending some amount of money or limited resource on the game. So I'm not going to burn your coins. You're still fine because they're going to refund, which is really funny to me. And I'm still not positive on that, right? Like, that's something that I still think is quite interesting. Okay, chat, let's talk buffage. Buffage. Oh, now they have the actual Interlude campaign page up. Look at that. How interesting. So we still don't know who the final one is, which is really intriguing. I'm wondering. See, the real problem is like these two don't actually have anything in common, really. So I don't know that these two will have anything in common, really, either. Like, she will for sure appear on a banner. There will be another banner here tomorrow for whoever the final unit is, but I don't think it's going to be a thing. Like, in the sense of, I don't think they have to be related units. Tomorrow's only 2 Sancourts anyways, no buffs. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know that that matters, right? Like the whole thing we're discussing is like the fact that they are going to get a banner. What I'm saying is I don't think there's a commonality amongst them. I like, these two are rebels. This one is kind of not. This one is more of an assassin. Like, you could argue it's a rebel, but she's the one that tried to assassinate Nobu. Okay, chat. And Nobu was not in charge at that time. So calling her a rebel is an extreme stretch. A bad assassin. Yes, she failed. So that is the thing. But Nobu only had half of Japan under their control. Not even. Nobu had basically the middle part of Honshu under their control, and actually not even the entire middle, because like, so if we consider like, God, how does Honshu look? Kind of like, no, I think it actually goes the other way. I think it's like, no, yeah. Okay. So like, if this is the main island in Japan, God, I'm being very like samey right here. Nobu only controlled like this portion, really, and the capital would have been like roughly here, and where Nobu ended up doing a lot of the fighting was up here against the Iko Iki, which is, I believe, when the assassination attempt occurred. All of them haven't appeared very much at all, and not had an interlude prior. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely like, with these interlude campaigns, I assume every single one of the units that is featured here will not have had an interlude before, because we just don't get interlude campaigns, chat. Like, it's not a thing. Like, I think this is the first interlude campaign in like a year, and the prior one was the first interlude campaign in like a year. So like, it's just not really been a a thing for the campaigns. Yeah, you can see like look at this. Look how robust the interlude campaigns used to be, and then look how they fucking fell off a cliff. They fell off a fucking cliff, chat. Like, I don't know why, but it's pretty clear. Like, they'll sit there and they'll claim they have like so many writers and so many artists to work on the game. This seemingly indicates otherwise, or at least that they are super busy with some other project, right? Like maybe they're still working on the game, but that all of them are tied up at the moment. So, like, and this could be for many reasons. This could be, like Narita going to work on Strange Fake. This could be, some of the writers maybe getting pulled in for Tsukihime. And this could also maybe potentially even be a part 3 for the game itself. So like it's any number of things could be occupying the majority of the writers and making them kind of work double time and not able to spend as much time on things like the interludes. Or Fate Extra Remake, yep. Yeah. Any number of examples you guys can come up with. Last year had no interludes. This year, at least 8 so far. What? I'm gonna assume you didn't use the correct words there. Because there just literally haven't been 8. Even within the last 3 campaigns. No, I did? I'm deeply confused by your meaning. 8 tomorrow. Oh, okay. The last one isn't there. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. So, well, crap. At that point, if this is the 24th and this is 2021, then we went at least 2+ years, almost 3, without an interlude campaign, which is like fucking wild. Like, frankly, it's ridiculous, like in an upsetting way. Nice, Aniko. I wonder if we get extra record news at the Game Awards. Yeah, sure. Yep. So let me put this another way. Okay, I'm gonna wage the likelihood of that, Strom, on how likely do you think it is that Geoff Keighley has ever heard of Fate and Kinoku Nasu? That is how likely it is that you receive extra record news at the Game Awards. If you think that's likely, okay, then we're gonna get it. If you think that's not, which I do, I don't think we're getting any Game Awards news. It's like how they gave up on main interludes for 3+ years at a time. Yeah, look, I feel like other people will gaslight you. Other people will try to make the claim that like there has been nothing wrong with the game all these years, and how dare you complain about the game? You're just a hater. I'm not one of those sunshine pumpers that just wants to blow smoke up your ass, chat. Like, I'm not going to sit here and claim that this like game is perfect and hasn't had its issues. It abso-fucking-lutely has. There have been like 3 years of like dead fucking pacing and scrapped content that they promised they would work on and then never fucking did. That's the truth of the matter. I still love this game. I'm not going to doom it to all hell and sit here and constantly complain about it, but I'm also not going to let someone pretend that the game has had no fucking issues. That's the thing that drives me up a wall at this point, is people that are like kind of on both extremes, sitting there trying to gaslight you into assuming that not only simultaneously is everything somehow fucked and doomed to all hell, but also somehow that the game is perfect and has no issues whatsoever the second you try to complain. So it's like, it's just stupid to me. Dorito Pope will give extra news, but nobody will understand it past Kojima's dick. Yes. Hello, Pion. How's it going? They give him reruns for 2 years also. Kind of, right? Like, so everybody declared them being done with reruns. I told everybody that they were wrong about that because the developers did not say they were done. The terminology that they used was that they were trying not to do as many reruns because it wasn't in their best interest. And sure enough, I got proven right by that when they came out with the Carnamas interlude. That's how long ago this mantra started to occur. Because everyone was saying like, oh, they're done doing reruns, and then out popped Carnamas. And then they did stop for like several years until the past year here on JP, where they finally asked the community, hey, what would you like us to do? At which point, I think they asked the community, because let's see, so that was about 6 months ago that we got that. And I think they asked the community back at like around New Year's or a little bit prior. I don't remember. It was during one of the surveys. So I don't remember when the survey was that asked about it, but that's how it ended up getting voted in, and basically them running the two that they did around January. Yeah. So like they went an entire year after Carnamas before they asked the community, hey, would you like more reruns? And I think that's because after an entire year of no reruns, people had begun to complain. And so I think they put that in the survey for that exact reason. I think they realized it would be decent to stall with, and also it would appease the community upsettedness over the lack of reruns. People only voted arcade to roll for Draco again? Oh yeah, absolutely. And then everyone's going to sit there and go like, oh, we only got Draco because we voted for it. And I'm going to be like, no, you didn't. They were going to run Draco again anyways. But I do at least acknowledge that the developers were very much trying to keep Draco out, probably for that reason, probably to skew things, which I think is rather stupid. Anyways, chat, Trung sisters get a buff to their third skill here. And as you guys can see, again, it's the skill that is their charge skill. They had 30% charge, NP gain of 20% for the entire party, and basically party-wide critical attack chance resistance for 3 turns. This is already just a good skill. The Trung sisters were already a very good unit. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you guys right now. The Trung sisters were not the single target saber that needed upgrades, if you ask me. And you could ask me why that is, and I could tell you, well, for starters, there's nothing wrong with them. They're a very complete unit, and their damage is actually superior to the other single target art sabers that are out there. So it's been kind of funny to me, basically, that they're the ones that are now getting the attention here. It's obvious as to why, right? Like, it's, hey, we're doing, interludes. The Trung sisters haven't had any attention. Let's give it to them. And that's fine. But it is kind of funny because the Trung sisters were not in a bad spot. In fact, the Trung sisters were, as I've called them, sneakily good and one of the better kept secrets of FGO. Because again, they just have the extreme capacity to not only dish good single target damage, but also to just help keep the party alive, which is something that's amazingly valuable in an arts comp, because Castoria, while she has the ability to protect the party from damage, does not have sustain. So getting the Trung sisters into a party with double Castorias means you have sustain now. And it gets kind of funny in that regard. So what I find even more funny is then they roll through here and they buff this skill. Now, it does all the same stuff that it did before, but now it also increases the party's buff removal resistance for one time with a multi-turn duration all the way up to 100%. Which I have to call this out for what it is, because I'm sorry, Trubs out of all people should probably be pissed right here. Your girl Benny Enma got power crept just now. Because again, that was the primary thing that Benny Enma could do for the party in that regard, was provide this. In this regard, I do not like this buff. This is stupid of the developers. They have made the Trung sisters functionally perfect now, and it's kind of dumb. It's a very nice thing for them to have, don't get me wrong, but this just outright erodes Benny Enma's niche that she had for party content. So I think it's stupid. I think they should have given them a different effect besides this. It's a strong buff. It's good, but looking at the greater landscape, and not even like, you don't even have to get that great. You can look just at single target arch sabers. You now have a unit that has stolen the capacity of another unit. They have done this once before, ironically enough, with another single target saber. We watched for a while as the developer sat there and kind of went hand in hand between Okita and Astolfo saber, almost as if they were trying to bring Astolfo saber in line to compete with Okita. And like, I don't think we have any dispute over like damage numbers needing to be like balanced and relatively in line. My problem is when you start making two units have functionally the same kit. I think that's stupid. I think that hurts the game. I think that just means that you're just going to pick your favorite and then have no reason to roll for the other unit. I think if the developers want to make it in such a way that both units are valued, they should keep their kits distinct. So I look at that and I just go like, wow, what the heck is going on with this? So again, we kind of see the same thing here as they're now kind of bringing the Trung sisters in line with Benny Enma. And to a degree, I think they both did separate things before this, and they both still have ways that they can stand out even after this. But I do not like the fact that we are merging the two together and kind of homogenizing this as a like, hey, you know, if you're an arch single target saber, this is kind of what you do now. There is still Dioscuri out there, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I think this is absolute power creep on behalf of the Trung sisters, who frankly had already out-damaged Dioscuri and were pretty much knocking on the door for Benny Enma in terms of dealing more latent damage. Now, we'll see, right? I do think there is still room for Benny Enma and stuff like that, but I think this is just kind of dumb to me that they chose this specific effect. Furthermore, this also is yet another way that a Castoria comp becomes relatively difficult to try and stop and prevent. We've talked about this before, how there's not a whole lot of things that you can do to try and mess with Castoria, because anything that you try to do will mess with other compositions. So now, even if you try something like buff removal, if you're running the Trung sisters, it's not going to work. And it's especially strong because it is the one-time 3 turns effect, unlike Benny Enma's, who, as you guys can see, only gets it for a singular turn. So I hope Benny Enma gets a buff at this point, because this is kind of stupid to me. They actually have a more powerful version of the effect. It's much better to have the multi-turn coverage, because then you don't have to try to predict whenever the enemy is going to use it. This means that it's very strong for things that are not just an NP that removes buffs. Instead, skills or procs that remove buffs can also be used thanks to the multi-turn duration of this effect. So again, this is a very strong buff for the Trung sisters just based off that alone. Now we get to the second part. The overcharge the party by 1 stage 1 time for 3 turns. Same deal, and this one's also really strong because, as you guys know, if we start running things like, say, the Invincible comp, the arts variant of the Invincible comp really likes to have somebody in the party with overcharge. And the reason why is because while Proto Merlin herself can provide it, she can only provide it once over 3 turns, and then it kind of goes on cooldown for another 6 turns. So in effect, she has 50% uptime on that buff, as opposed to the Buster variant of the comp, where, you know, again, it usually likes to function in 3-turn cycles. So you'll be NPing with, say, like Morgan Le Fay every 3 turns, and thus just always have the overcharge effect there, with the arts very early and have it 50% of the time. So having another unit that has a, you know, 1-time 3 turns overcharge means that you have the other 50% of the time technically covered here. So there is a lot of fluidity in having something like this going in your Arts Invincible comp, and it will allow you to kind of just keep that uptime in the Castoria buffs even stronger. So yeah, this is just very, very strong. Not to mention the fact that, again, the Trung sisters themselves actually do have a damage increasing overcharge. So boom, there you go. They're at least going to get 15% whenever they pop that. And consider the fact as well that this is party wide and lasts for multiple turns. So there is no downside to them having this. The fact that they now have an overcharge rank just makes them stronger across all 3 turns rather than specifically only for like that front loaded NP should it be a 1-turn duration. So it is what it is, but yeah, this is a just strong buff for the Trung sisters without it even being something like an NP interlude. So again, the rich get richer in this regard. The Trung sisters, who were already very good, now get even better because of this. So, like I said, I hope nobody, detects that I'm like deeply upset about this or anything like that. I'm not. I just think this was a rather stupid buff for the developers to do, in the sense that this unit was already very strong and now just gets even stronger. So, and doubly so due to the fact that it does erode into another competitive units niche. So it is wild to me sometimes what the devs do. I can't argue with it being a strong buff, though. It certainly helps them out, and it will be very fun to use them in a challenge scenario. Next up here, we've got Sugitani. Now, Sugitani, as you guys know, damage numbers were not the greatest. Let me actually kind of pull those open here on the side. But yeah, I've talked with you guys about this kind of before in the beginning of the early part of the stream there, where Sugitani has been a 3-star, is barely a year old at this point, and they've already kind of come back through and given the NP interlude. Now, allow me, though, because this is why I'm not going to get upset about this in even the slightest bit. Personally, if you ask me, the developers have let your 3-star and lowers kind of languish, especially as we have headed into 90++ content. It is very clear to me that in the vast majority of scenarios, with only a handful of exceptions, those being units like, say, a Rash or, again, like Caster, Coup, and stuff like that, most 3-star and lower units cannot be useful in a 90++ scenario. The exceptions being if there is a damage CE, sometimes they can be usable. So I think this is just a scaling issue with the game. I think as they really tried to react to the sheer amount of bloat that a unit like Oberon caused in the game, they needed to up the health values to make sure that there was a reason to have additional MP levels on the higher end units. And so that way, whales did feel rewarded at times, didn't feel like they only needed just the first copy. For me personally, I feel like it's better for the overall player base when NP1 just kind of works on the vast majority of stuff, or at least, even if it's shaky, it can still kind of get the job done with some RNG. I feel like that's a good balance point as opposed to, hey, let's try to trend towards higher NP levels. But this is who really is going to suffer from it. It's not going to necessarily even be your 5 stars. Your 4 stars and lower are going to be who's going to suffer, because they're not the ones that the content is really designed for. So as the developers haven't been doing kind of enough upgrades over time, I think this is where we're starting to see some of the issues, is trying to take some of these units into this type of content. They just cannot push the numbers, even with you trying to sit there and like mega stack damage buffs on them. It's usually only going to be at that point that they actually can. And usually at that point, then the trade-off for trying to mega stack buffs on the 3-star ends up being that the rest of the comp suffers, and then you're not able to get the job done with other units that maybe need to clear some of the other waves. So there is a trade-off to trying to make the 3-star able to pull their weight. And I think that's where, again, units like a 4-star or a 5-star, they're going to have a little bit of that edge. So I think this is kind of why I'm okay with them coming back in and buffing some of the 3-star and lower units. I don't really have an issue with that. I think these are units that, while they are somewhat guaranteeable and free for most people, even though Sugitani is limited. Oh, sorry, she's not limited. She is story locked. I'm trying to remember. Actually, I don't even think she's that. I think she just, yeah, she's permanent. You just, she was not in the game until the event that allowed her in. So basically, you weren't able to get her until last year. But yeah, like I feel like even given the fact that this unit is a permanent unit and a unit that you can guaranteeably acquire, it becomes difficult to actually be able to use this unit in the higher end content just due to that scaling issue that we mentioned. So again, she's never really been somebody that's been designed for 90 plus plus anyways, if you ask me. A little bit more of a carding and damage dealing unit. And you can kind of see this as you look at this. She has a somewhat challenge oriented kit. She's got the self evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns. She's got a cleanse. She's got critical stars that get generated. And she also has Buster and Buster crit here. So that's really, to me, what they felt like they were trying to do with her. But realistically, even in the grand scheme of things, she just didn't really pump enough damage. So you can kind of see, basically, she had an 85% chance to sure hit. I thought that was relatively kind of bad, but it is what it is. Remember the fact that she does, if I remember correctly, have buff success chance somewhere in here. Yeah, there you go. Increases her own buff success rate by 15% 5 turns every turn for 3 turns whenever she grants herself regeneration. So basically when she uses the 3rd skill. So that does help her out. It does make these aspects to her NP a little bit more consistent. But y'all know how it is at this point. None of us really like RNG at that regard. And again, you can see the NP itself then would remove any buff success rates after the fact. So it kind of became stupid. She also had RNG basically on her overcharge. Again, I know they don't want a 3-star to be the best unit out there, so that's kind of why they do this stuff. But yeah, they definitely needed to do a little bit more. So you can see all of this kind of stays the way it is. They got rid of the demerit, which I think is a good thing, because now this means that like having the capacity to loop back and kind of get another NP off and be able to still have the buff success so that the second MP wasn't totally neutered is a good thing. Again, you can see they gave her the actual standard increase there, and then they also added a super effective niche against king enemies, aka sovereign traded enemies, as I like to call it. And basically then a 20 crit star bomb, which I do think she kind of needed because, again, while she had the critical stars per turn, it was only 10%. It's not really a whole lot for a very buster-centric and crit-centric unit to me. So giving her this star bomb on the back end of the NP is a nice addition. I feel like this is going to make her carding a lot better. It's going to make it more likely that she can get something like an arts crit in combination with that overcharge effect. So I do think this is a little bit more of a solid build for her now, and I think this was something that was necessary. We've kind of noticed this before, that the developers seem to put units in, I'm not going to say like they're in a bad state, but they're undertuned for the current existence of content. And I think that's why you see a unit like Zenjobu here getting the upgrade relatively fast in that regard. So I like it. I think it's a good buff for her. I don't think this really interferes with too much. There's not too many people out there that actually do good damage against Sovereign traded, and a lot of them are not single targets. So in that regard, I do like this for her, and I think this is a solid addition. Basically 1 turn equal sure hit, 2 turns equal buster up, 3 turns equal MP damage up. Yep. No rebuff success chance being removed. Yeah. Should have had the chance to fail the king niche to be accurate to lore. I mean, you're not wrong, ironically enough. Out of everything, this should have been the RNG effect, not the other stuff, but yeah. But here was Sugitani's old self-buff only neutral number, so again, not too great there. And now here is her new self-buff numbers. So again, you guys can see, just kind of comparing the last 2 images here. NP1 went from like 21k to now it's 28k, so a little bit of a sizable increase there. Buster Up went from 24k to 32k. And again, the Buster Up plus the NP damage went from 34k to 45k. Plus the addition of, yet again, all of these and the king trait now is 68k, and that's just at NP1. So at NP5, with everything in play, you can get over 100k there. Neutral damage with no other external buffs. Sugitani's damage just got a lot better thanks to this. So I do think this is a good upgrade for her. Like I said, still going to be that RNG aspect to things, but yeah, I think this is nice. I like this buff, and I think they should be trying to, again, kind of pull up the back end of units, even if they're newer. I know a lot of us really want some of those older units buffed, but I do think there is something to be said about getting, even some of the undertuned newer units in a good place as well. So I think it helps them. I think it helps sell some of the new units a little bit better. So I think it's something they just got to kind of take a holistic look and approach this from a way that they can kind of go like, hey, look, all of these units need to get some attention, need to get better. Because if we do this, again, units will just sell better and we will make more money that way. I think that is one of the biggest issues that they have at this point is the quote unquote meta is getting a little bit stale in the sense of some of your top dogs have been top dogs for a long time. And I'm not talking about units like Castoria that are supports. I'm talking about their primary damage dealing units in certain classes have just kind of been sitting on the top of the heap for a long time. And in some of the cases, we have units where it's kind of just like, oh, just get that one unit and then you need no other unit in the class due to how strong they are. So I think that's the problem that the developers have. It's, I see people all the time try to make a popularity argument on this stuff. Whereas to me, it's less about popularity and more about like, if you balance the game properly, everything will be popular, everything will sell well, rather than just a guaranteed singular unit. I see, Steve. We got 15 Saber King servants and 9 Zerkers. Yeah, I wonder who all those Saber King servants are. Right? Yeah. No, like I said, I think it's a good buff for Sugitani. In that same regard, I'd love to feel the same way about the Trung sisters. It is a good buff for the Trung sisters. It's just I don't like the way the Trung sisters buff works within the greater balance of the sabers, especially the single target sabers as a whole. So yeah, I'll be curious to see what the next banner is going to be. Who's going to be getting the interlude there for the last one? It's not going to be an upgrade, but it'll definitely be an intriguing thing. I don't know if chat has any predictions on that front, but I'll definitely be interested to see what you guys think. Yeah, sorry, I just hadn't looked at the rest of this. So again, I think it's reasonable to assume we're going to have a second summoning campaign right there. I wonder if it goes even lower in rarity. I don't think so. Yeah, because Sugitani's not in the background here, so something tells me they're going to do a rate up for Sugitani. And, you're sitting there thinking like, oh, well, it's a permanent 3-star. Why would they do a rate up? Coins for a newer unit. I can see it being a thing. Huyan, maybe? That'd be an interesting one. Because they did just buff Breedomart, right? And Breedomart kind of eats that niche. So that'd be a little interesting one to buff Breedomart and then immediately turn back around and buff Huyan. Yeah, do you like my invisible straw? Spartacus interlude? Spartacus has already had a ton. Oh, that's true. Yeah, sorry. I keep thinking there's a strengthening there and there's not. $90-star content exists and we can't use 1 to 3 stars for them. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the game's in a really weird spot with this stuff. I agree with some of the changes that they're making, like particularly with the star content in whatchamacallits, in the storm pod section, right? But I don't know. I feel like to a degree, while something like that is necessary to stop people from just constantly using like neutrals, I also feel like they almost need to make the class advantage even more powerful in that, so that you can use lesser rarities and that it's not just a hey, you can only get away with like a very robust P5 of the correct unit type. Like I think making the advantage for the class specific stronger helps you use those 4 stars and 3 stars. So. Imagine Lartoria finally gets another interlude and story content. That'd be great. I would love that. I still feel like to a large degree Lartoria is relatively undeveloped as a unit, and I'm not even talking about Lalter at this point. I'm talking about Lartoria because like Camelot is not really her, and I feel like they could do more. But I think that's a pipe dream at this point, and I'm not expecting Nasu to do much of anything. In fact, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, I think Nasu kind of has neglected Artoria as a whole, and I hear me out before someone jumps down my throat. Because Castoria, to a large degree, is a departure from the traditional Arthurian story that he has told. And we see a lot more focus nowadays on like Aske and Morgan Le Fay on that end of things. And so it does feel like he is kind of trying to twist that lore now and trying to turn it into something that it originally was not. And so it does feel like the original Artoria lore is kind of getting forgotten in the sake of that. But 97 saber faces, yes, I know. Artoria's second skill buff, they removed the demerit, maybe? I'm gonna be real with you, that wouldn't even make me happy. Like, it... Yeah, I mean, it'd make the skill easier to use, don't get me wrong, but it's already not that big of a deal. And to me, what Squirtoria needs is she needs an NP interlude. Like that to me is a bigger problem than the like, oh hey, the second skill and the demerit it has. Same thing for Tamamo. Yeah, no, I mean, I'll agree with that. I feel like Tamamo could use some actual Tamamo-centric story, not like Koyanskaya in that regard. But I'll be real with you. I feel like even the Koyanskaya story, to some degree, has been more about like Taigong Wang than actual Koyanskaya. Like, I think it's kind of dumb at this point that they don't give you very much from Koyanskaya or Tamamo's perspectives. Oh, look, Bones for December tickets? Nice. Wait. How do you already know December tickets? Did they announce them? Because I was going to say, like... oh, you're meaning on an A. Never mind. Yeah, of course. Of course on an A. In at least Tamamo's case, she got a bunch in FGO and other Fate IPs. I don't really feel like she did. Like I'm just being honest with you guys. Like, I feel like Tamamo maybe did like back in the day in early FGO. She got a lot of like inclusion into things, but there was not very much focus on her actual tale. She did get some told via interludes, but again, like this is something where I would love to see that whole like interaction with Abe no Seimei and stuff actually fleshed out. But to be fair, I'm also somebody that I want to see the actual original Camelot fleshed out for Artoria, because it's talked about in Garden of Avalon and we get to hear anecdotes, but I would like to see the actual events the way they unfolded. Like, in a weird part, this is going to sound crazy. A lot of FGO is sort of the what if scenarios rather than the true original time. But chat, I would like to see not the what if. I would like to see, hey, the actual events unfolding. Like the true historical account. I know it'd have to still be fiction because we don't actually know what happened back then. But I'd like to see Fate's take on the here's the true story and what actually happened in some of these events. Firsthand type of deal. I don't know how they would want to do that, but I feel like that'd be a cool thing. Let me back out. Let's do some Road to 7. All right. Super Recos. Sorry, Recos, then Super Recos. So, first one is a caster in Oxford. In Oxford. It's Woodwose. Is the first one Woodwose? It's wild. I didn't think it was. Yeah, I'm taking that because that's strong. Bloody, 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 blah, 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 blah. Wait, what? Oh, I hit cancel. Are you gonna let me take a dupe? It looks like you will. Except I'm on writer again. What is with my fingers? Jesus. Well, that's kind of annoying to take a pretender against, but it should still be okay. And just in case, I think backup Eliza is a decent idea. Chat, does Woodwose have invuln or evasion? No? Okay. Sweet. Just guts. Huh? There should be a level 22 Prismacosmos sitting right there. But I am just blind. There it is. All right. I can't move you out of formation anyways. He charms and stuns you randomly. Yeah, I'm just debating if I want, like, Black Grail here on her or not. I don't think I do. At least not for this variant. I might for the Super Reco variant. Lancer needs to NP. Yes. That much I remember. It is rank 10, so it should give him the full charge. I don't remember if he kills himself or not. Gonna do that. I'll start my charge per turn. Next turn. Use Black Grail and Seat Knight because it take ages. Yeah, that's like I assume I'm just gonna probably take the Black Grail in order to have enough. Okay, terror kind of bad. Me kind of no like terror. So we're gonna cleanse it. Could have probably put her in peace second in order to get that, but actually, yeah, why don't I do that? Just because there's no real reason not to, right? Like, I basically know that no matter what I do, like, this MP will kill. So at that point, I don't have to worry about it, and I'll just get an extra stack, which should give me a little bit more tankiness as he heads, because, like, he should get another NP in, like, another 3 turns, is going to be the major problem. You have a Percy will survive? That's fine. I don't care if Percy survives. It's another unit for him to continue to beat to death. I'm more concerned about the terror itself, so it's why I'm popping Castoria's MP here basically to functionally cleanse it. You have JP streams in the 8th? Good. God, Murasaki's refund's so freaking good. See, you say live, I say die. Okay, he is sealed. Well, he was sealed. He still has 0 charges, so I have quite a bit of time to get back. I think I'm fine without the Castoria Arts card for right now. Okay, he gets overgauged. There you go. Works like a charm. Probably would have been fine even without the quick card there, but better to be safe than sorry. And there you go. That should taunt glitch him, and it does. And now we get the 3-turn duration. I actually probably should have had the NPC Castoria in, regardless, because every 3 turns she gives the party, what is it, 30% charge? As just an extra effect due to that timer that she has on her. Oh yeah, Woodwoe's guts. Ah yeah, the annoying ass terror. Okay. Bro, what? You just neutral damage 1-tapped a unit. What the actual fuck, Woodwoes? Wait, one of these skill seals. Is it the 3rd skill? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. He slaps hard, yeah. I don't do super echoes because I feel like my box isn't ready for them. I do have most of the supports in the recent edition being Castoria, but I feel like DPS units aren't good enough. There's nothing wrong with not doing super echoes. Nothing wrong. Do not fret. Okay, Liz kicks him. I'm gonna assume he gets more than a 10k guts on super. He's gonna get 1 turn to try and murder Hobo Me. And he kind of does, because he's a fucking asshole. Jesus Christ, Woodwoes. I'm soaking all of this like bad luck right here, right now, because why the fuck not? Stagger the cards in case the one kills, and it does. Anyways, I started blasting. Well, it's like kind of ridiculous. He basically got perfect one tap crits on me there. Okay. Take me back to the quest list. Now what? This one is Morgan? Morgan chat? My queen. Just double checking. Yeah, it definitely is. Just Luvia it. Why would I do that, Avalon? Why would I do that? It's like you don't know me or something. All right. I can't take any Castoria. Or wait, I can, but I'm forced to single support, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah. So I only get the one. I don't remember if Morgan has a mechanic like that. Huh? Lately my button taps have been off, and I'm not sure why that is. Okay. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting here. Oh well, we'll find out. It's just the normal version, anyways. Advent calendar starts in 2 days. Yeah, I still haven't even gotten the Carnimus video posted yet, of which I talk about the possibility of them announcing an Advent calendar. So now I'm just gonna look like I had, 2020 vision in retrospect. Oh right, yeah, she doesn't have defensive class disadvantage. God damn it. I don't remember if she has threat to humanity or anything like that. Oops, all neutral. Yeah. All the stars went to Castoria. Feels bad, man. Lawful evil. Yeah. That's why we used Estrella. Listen, I just did this one on JP and I used double X there. The difference is my JP double X is 120 compared to this one. So, little bit more of a difference there. And I may have used Black Grail, I'm not sure. Okay, that's auspicious RNG at least. I think she'll neutral that. It's a 120, so easy. I remember one of these, I think she removes all defensive buffs. So I probably should have included a second taunt. Can use that for the extra stack. Hopefully we get an arts crit, but we probably won't. Removes buffs on attack, yes. Yeah. I remember that's what I was forgetting is there was a reason that you needed taunts in this one. I thought about using taunt obviously to rotate the party, but yeah, like I knew there was some mechanic here I was not remembering, and that was the mechanic was if she hits my main DPS, I'm in trouble. And you're gonna guts yourself. Oh. See that is fucking annoying. Gonna basically use that for a miniature invincible comp. And poof, buff's gone. Yep. Well, I lost the arts buff. This isn't gonna one tap anymore, but this should basically keep me up at least a little bit. Should be dead now anyways, no? No, this will not kill her. I don't have Black Grail. I lost 150% arts up. Plus some additional attack. Like, I'll be very surprised if this kills. Did good damage, but I don't think it killed. Yeah. Boom goes the buffs. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. Uh-oh. The additional stacks did not matter. Well, thankfully, I might not have offensive advantage, but she doesn't have advantage against my foreigner, at least. You fool! You never thought I would purposefully brick my unit just to get rid of you. You should have gutsed. You got cocky. Free rotation, exactly. If only you had anticipated my stupidity. My ill preparedness. But instead, you fell right into my trap. You sprung my ill preparedness. You triggered my stupidity. Hello, Spartan. How's it going? All right, that's one more reco down. Oh, whoops. Yep, there you go. There's the pop-up. All right, 3 out of 3. What is our last one here? Canis? Is this Canis chat? Wait, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking LB5. Oh, Sussy. It's Sussy, yeah. Yeah, my brain, because I saw the storm border there and like it floating out to the side. I was like, oh, this is the last fight. It's Canis. It's LB5. Like my brain just completely went backward like 2 years in time. Okay, so Sussy Moth. Now we're definitely using this. And Sussy Moth has Invul. I feel like I can make this one work with a Black Grail, though. Will you let me use double Castoria? Of course you won't, because you hate me, game. At least it's a Castoria that is functionally better than my own NP5. Nobody ever expects the Spanish Inquisition. You can use the wife of Siegfried? Now, why would I do that when I have the wife of me? You didn't want to give me a Wood Woes comp, Avalon. Okay, so we can't change these around. How's this one work again, Chad? Don't I leave mash in and I basically I leave mash in, I trying to remember because like I think I need to taunt with mash essentially. I plugged mash out and went ham. Does this clip use 20% or 30% party charge? I think he's only 20. Yep. Fuck. I love that. I can't see that. Does she have the 20% charge in this form, chat? Because this is the LB6 form where she's kind of back to normal. She does. Okay. Whatever. I painted some nice sunflowers. What? Abyssal Ram. Also, spoilers, chat. Time for all of chat to complain about why it's delayed. Okay, so she still has the NP gauge increase. I couldn't remember if she did, or if it was just an attack up. Through wide delay? It happens every time, right? Every time I turn it on. Okay, that did a little bit of damage. You know, a 120 would have gotten that, chat. A 120 would have gotten that extra. Do I use the threat to humanity now? I got no cards, though, is the other problem here. Command seal time? No, I think I'll save that.
早期銀すなわちコスモスエーテル宇宙しかる秩序行くぞクイーンヤドディザスター最果ての島罪の都最後の竜は我がの念集う円卓の守護者たちラウンドオブアバロン遊覧飛行するよ
The normal version MP1 should be fine? Of what? Oh, MP1 MHX? Or double X? You're fine. Like, even if you can't, like, again, like, 3-turn the fight or something, it's not the end of the world. Like, he's kind of going to prevent you from 3-turning anyways, because of this. Well, this is some great cards. Go on, Oberon. Kill me. You won't.
やあやあアバロンの風体験ツアーへの参加誠にありがとう私の
BB's Edgy plug is done. Yeah.
咲かせてあげるよ
Oh, right. Okay, that could be a problem. He's gonna kill me right here. He does, I have to scuff. So, anybody that he has sleep on, he charges from. So he was at 2 bars and he just got 2 more. Did he kill him? No, he didn't. Good. So, Oberon, we meet again. Bro, these fucking cards. Okay, finally they wear off. Jesus. I don't need this NP, but I'm doing it anyways. He gets to play the game, I get to play the game. Yeah, I forgot the whole gimmick with his sleep charge there. Like, I remember he did the instant MP and he slept. I didn't remember to block the MP, and I didn't remember that he charges off of anybody that he sleeps. So it's like, quite literally, he was going to NP again here the next turn if I didn't wake up. So definitely a nasty. Now, admittedly, I went through all of that semi-blind because I did not look at the fandom for any of those pages before doing this. I did not, like, I had to just remember back to like a month ago or 2 months ago or whenever we did it on JP. I don't remember how long it was, but it was fairly recent. Ignore Yang. What? You mean ignore Yang? Okay, so let's start with this one. You want me to use a Luvia? Fine. I'll use a Luvia. See, you say ignore Yang. I say, what am I supposed to ignore about that freaking Janako in your backline? Because you realize You realize I don't have Janako, right? This does not work. You have managed to pick a comp that is one of the few units I don't have. So unless you can provide said Janako, I cannot do that. Hold on, I also don't have her, correct? Skill issue? I don't think it's a skill issue. If I have embers for different classes that won't use them, should I just use it on someone I need to level up? Yeah, there's no problem with that. You want to use embers efficiently, but if you can't use them efficiently, there's no problem with it. Better to use them than to lose them. Like, the way to think about it is the least efficient use of your embers is to burn them, right? Sometimes it's good for it. Like, I'd say, like, on 3 stars and lower, burning embers is perfectly fine, because you're, you know, at least going to get, like, some mana prisms from the 3-star ones. But and the 1-star ones are not worth the QP cost, nor the 2-star ones. But no, I mean 4-star, 5-star embers, I'd use them. Okay, Brandon has it. What's that? Did you have the Summer 5 Calamity Jane Sea? What is that? That Star Bomb? I hate Super Ryan because of the sleep. Are there any counter CC that I forgot? Stun him. Stun him and then he can't sleep you. You want a refund? Brandon, can you put up a Star Bomb CE on your Janako? Or anyone else that has a Janako that has the 3rd skill upgraded for that matter? Zavalon is forcing me to use Janako. No. We know how this works. We know how this works. Every time it's like, well, you could also do this instead. It makes it more RNG, and then it just doesn't fucking work, and shit starts going incredibly wrong, and then we end up in a 30 turn. It's the reason I'm willing to wait for someone to put one up. Please use Mephisto. I mean, Mephisto is actually really good for certain challenge applications because he has the buff block, right? He's got 3 times buff block, which is kind of amazing. Anybody got Janako with a Star Bomb C? Oh wait, is this normal support? Correct. Recos don't use events. How goes the hardcore run? Still alive. I'm at like level 22. Somewhere in Duskwood. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, lady with a body from outer space. My life kickstart my heart. One of you's gonna put it up. I'm just waiting. Wait. Oh. Right C, wrong unit. What is Janako? Listen, this is exactly why I say this. Oh, there's Brandon again. Try again? Let me see. There we go. Thank you, Burning. Appreciate it. Okay, you want another star bomb. Needed was a laugh. As years gone by, I say we kick some ass. Why am I blind? I feel like I... There she is. Doesn't feel very target focusy. This feels very RNG. This feels pray to God and hope that that Morgan doesn't obliterate my main unit. Okay. Okay, our wizard, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Avalon's comps are never RNG. I know. All right. Oh, is it gonna be a problem that I don't have Luvia's append lord? Is that gonna be an issue? Yeah. Should be fun. Oh no. Kami no power. Okay. I buff. Okay, we got the bar break. I love it. I love it. Let's see how much I get out of this.
判決の時です。星の声を聞きなさい。ぶっ飛ばしますわよ。それはいつか来る兆しの星。
We need the elephant gone. I know, but it doesn't matter. It didn't work. I gotta play how I can. This is already just not a 3 turn. The second the elephant didn't go bye-bye, this is not a 3 turn. So I gotta get while the getting's good.
そうしますね。後で美味しくいただくっすよ。光よ。効果しろ。時期。神戸を垂れよ。
Winterns always have some kind of RNG to them, unfortunately. Yep. So, here's the thing. I've done the... Wow. I've done the min turn of this on JP. And I remember precisely the problem with it. Morgan Le Fay will sometimes just fucking not have the firepower to kill your unit. Either by virtue of she will pop skills, or by virtue of she just won't kill the unit. So a strategy like this is extremely difficult with Janako, who is one of the beefiest units in the game. If you had an esports Janako, that might be a thing, but with a normal Janako, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to assume that she actually does kill her. This is a slightly different comp. Yeah. All right, let's see if I can get burning back in. There we go. Perfect. I think if there's anything I can do to make this more consistent. Defense down on them? I'm sure he does. Okay, we got an arts card. Oh shit, she's skill sealed. Ah! I don't know that we have enough. Maybe with the cards, but... I always forget that about Janako's set. Okay, we'll be fine. We got a good roll on the damage there. Okay. There you go. Now she killed her. Took her sweet time, but she did. All right.
治療を再開いたしましょう。我が天秤に集え、きらめき。
All right, this is another problem. We have a one-turn taunt with me about to do a upgraded Castoria NP. I know she's gonna strip, but I am very worried that this just does not kill because she just, you know, wastes another turn here. Like this is I'm having the reason this is bothering me is I'm having PTSD to when I did this on JP. It's like quite literally like, oh, if she just chooses not to play nice, you're fucked. Okay, we did it, chat. We did it, Reddit. She crits hard is the benefit? Yeah. She does. It's just if she crits, right? Like if she actually does it, that's the problem. Yeah, so like that second attempt made it look easy, but chat, I cannot emphasize enough how much poorly that could have gone. We got the perfect card RNG the first two attempts. We didn't get good RNG on the Janako kill attempt 1. We did on attempt 2. And then we also got good RNG on her killing Nightingale there. So like, oh yeah, you could just sit there and you could just keep not getting good RNG at different levels. And that is the problem with that sort of stuff. All right, one Super Echo down. See, what do we got up next here? Hey, it worked, yeah. Cream time? Ooh, cream time. You want me to use cream here and not my double X? I feel like my double X will be stronger than cream. Because there may be another problem. Yeah. Double X is more RNG? Oh, it certainly is. I'm just, you know, if you had gotten me to done this next week, I would have had enough. Should be okay. Well, hold on. Let's see. Let me see what the scaling on cream stuff is. So that's 3% defense down here. And 3% arts and buster up, as well as 6% chaotic damage. So the one that needs to get jacked is this skill. So I'll go ahead and use it, and then that's the one that we're waiting on. You do need the max append for cream. Let me go look at that. That may also be a problem. I don't remember or not. Nope, we're good. I even have the extra attack boost. Zort, thank you for the 43. Hope you're doing good today. No need for the append. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, I just went to check anyways, right? Why did that take me out? Okay, so how do you have this built? Interesting. Surprised we're not using Oberon here. Are we using OG plug, by the way? You don't have it on, but I figured I would ask. Oh my god, fingers. Thank you. Wait, huh? How did I... What? How did I end up with ruler? Rhinus, where are you? Where is my Rhinus? There she is. And my Tai Sui Sui. Ooh, you're pulling out the all the old school, like, hey, you can only do this if you were around back then strategies here. Where is it? Where is my Impieta? There it is. Want to take advantage of him MPing and not stunning him? Okay. Well, you heard it here first, chat. Let's pay attention to how this one goes. Oh my god. Fingers! Please stop! So, this is not the CE that Avalon is telling me to use, FYI, chat. So if you guys are, like, looking at this and you're like, oh man, I don't have Golden Catches the Carp. Trust me when I say this, that, like, the CE Avalon is telling me to use is like the equivalent of like this one or one of the other ones. It does not matter. The only thing that we're using this for is a Star Bomb. The reason I'm choosing Golden Catches the Carp is because should shit break down, Golden Catches the Carp is arguably the best since it keeps you at 50% charge. So I am just very close to getting to an NP should I need. Oh man, you went actual. Is that going to show up here? It will. You went actual like meme strats here. Like, goddamn, I had to pull out my double MLB Impieta from having run the event twice. Carp is the one you need for Rhines? Wait, what? What do you mean? I think you and I crossed wires there. Because yes, I know, I was making a point to chat. Ryan's will MP? Oh, I see. You did put that in there. So it's just you don't have Carp is why. Interesting. So you actually relied upon me having this. Okay, we'll run with this. Let's see how it goes. What's the MP requirement for that comp? That I don't know. Avalon set this up for me. I don't know what this works at. We'll see, right? Like, because this will show you guys the damage output. MP3 can get away with carding. Wait, what's that you're sending me? Is that your woodwosk? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if I should have done that the first time around.
倒れません 熱を帯びなさい丸み早炊きですよ要請接続痛いわね痛いわね
Really? Okay. I'm surprised we're doing this already off the bat.
ありなさる様子にくくて嫌になるわね
At least it remembers that I went in with this comp. I like how this is just completely forced support too. Like we don't get to use anybody. Hello, Mr. Creamy. How's it going? Oh, right. You're already in busy season, aren't you? Maybe you shipped my computer parts. I don't know if you've remembered to do that and pull the trigger on your end, but I would take a look now if you haven't. While Black Friday is still going on. Haven't yet? Yeah, there was one. I went to pull the trigger on a part, and the deal ran out as I tried to pull the trigger on it. Okay, so we got the cards now. You know, I'd have to see, but it may be the case that you might have been able to save the NP gain for a later turn, but...
バルムンク、お願いね。対終末、対粛清防御、殺すからに行く。
I forgot the plug attack. Let's see how much this does first before I do it. Like if it's still fine, we're good, but... Yeah. I'll scuff if I have to. Okay, so I think that's enough refund, right? Like, how much did I need to get back, or did I need a full refund somehow? I think my hardest part, the CPU. Need to decide if I want a white or a black theme. Okay, so I'll show you guys my build after we're done, but like, I never would have thought that the most difficult part of building a computer would have been the case. I need to get back to like 60. Oh, I was fine then.
思い知らせなさいバルムンク汝が力は我が用意の重責なり
Now we bar broke. Now we're gonna get overkill. Sorry, overgauge. Okay, he killed the fuck out of Tai Sui. There's that pretender being anti-alter ego for you. Thankfully, that's not very RNG. That's like, he's going to kill Tai Sui if he hits him. Okay. We got enough there. I see that assumption, Avalon. I see that assumption. No, that assumption's wrong. You put likely. This is not likely. It's a 1 in 3 chance. Sorry, I guess it's actually 1 in 2. It's 50%. Because Lady LA is gonna die right here. Yeah, I think she has enough refund. Likely, huh? Likely, huh? I saw that charge and I was like, nope. Just nope. I knew when I sent this and I read Avalon's comment, it's like, he needs to hit cream once. It's likely to occur. I'm like, oh no. Okay, let's try that again. And let's pray to God that Oberon decides he hates Green Hill suddenly. Because it kept hitting Castoria, not Cream? Yeah. Please. It's people refunded, so we're good there. %50 of the time works every time. Sex Panther. Don't you like my funny comments? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're great.
Okay.
All right, just enough. Ooh, doggy. So now we have a problem, though, because he removed all of Cream's buffs. We fucked up. Yeah, I don't have a Lord thing. All right, chat. All right. There it is. The proof of concept right here. Admittedly, I've never needed a max depend on Reigns before. Very rare for us to actually use her NP for something like this. Like, it is a thing. It's just a lot of the time you can get away with someone else's NP, so that's why I haven't bothered to max hers. So I think the issue is also Tai Sui. She got buff stripped and it was like a 90% chance that she didn't. Because that's also a skill I don't have, Lord. Feels good, man. Part of me feels like I could win that. The other part of me goes, no. Just end it. It's faster. Alright. Once more, into the breach. Tai Sui, this has been a long time coming. This is like the 3rd time this has happened. I hate you. This is your fault. Okay. You know how annoying the fight is if not 3 turning? Yep, I do. I know from experience. Alright, Reigns, where are you? I hate eggs. Alright. This time, it's for real. Assuming we actually get stuff. That sucks too, because we had perfect RNG on everything else otherwise. The fact that the Tai Sui thing failed is like... So let me see. Let me see what the odds of that were, because I didn't have it as high as I thought. I thought I had it at 9, but I didn't. Let's see, I had it at rank 7. So that was an 85% chance. So Oberon lost every other RNG. Oh, really? You're going to make me reset up the comp? Wow. Wow. Wait, did I go into the wrong one? Is that why? Did I go into the Woodwoes run? No, yeah, it's the right one. Holy shit. What a sack of crap. Because you save scuffed? I withdrew though, so it should remember. It did the same to me too sometimes. Yeah, that's... To me, this is something they really do need to fix. Like, I know it's not like the biggest of deals, but it is a like major inconvenience. It is a outright annoyance. You have to like deal with some of this. All right, this is enough lores that we have wasted on this composition. Actually, hold on. Okay, there we go. I don't like having to rearrange it again. Well, so like it's not that big of a deal for something like this, but there are certain events and certain story chapters where, because it is a force support, you keep having to load out, and it's like tearing your hairs out, your hair out, because every single time you have to come up with a composition from scratch. I wish they would just take one of your existing comps and then say, okay, adjust it for how you want. Because then you wouldn't necessarily have to like change every aspect of it. That is one of my major annoyances with it, is like having to go find every single CE and so on and whatnot, right? But yeah, I can't tell you how many times, like, I feel like every time I use Tai Sui's middle skill on somebody to try and prevent the buff removal, it always fails. Always. Like, it is like my curse that because I have not lured that skill, Tai Sui always fucks me with it. Always. I don't know why. That has just been the case. Oh, I didn't even see. Do I have the arts card? I do. Okay. Tai Sui knew, so he screwed you over. Well, that's like I've done that like 3 to 4 different times, and I have lost 3 to 4 different times, which is wild because like 85%, right? Like you would assume, oh yeah, like it might happen like 1 out of those 4 times. No, it's happened 4 times. I'm just like, I'm done with it. Fuck it. I'm lowering the skill so that this never happens. Is your Santa Gale Lord? Yeah. Why did I not kill? Did I not do something there? Or was that just a complete low roll? Oh yeah, because Oberon goes down over time, doesn't he? She low rolled? Jesus. That's a really freaking low roll. Holy crap. So I can use the second skill to re-roll this, but otherwise, I don't think there's any other way to get different RNG. And I'm not even sure the second skill will trigger different RNG. Because the issue with that is that I think sometimes skills that have no actual effect sometimes won't change the seed. I've kind of noticed this every once in a while. Because that's their most vulnerable? Yeah. Yeah, usually you get stronger as fights go on. You start rotating supports in, you get more buff. Okay, there you go. We got the break. And the arts card. 71%. We're good. So we did get different RNG there. It doesn't help that your cream sets 1 is max. Well, that's why, like, I took a look and I maxed the skill that actually mattered the most. Had we maxed the first skill instead of the second, this would be way worse, actually. Right now, I'm only missing 3% defense down. And, you know, when we're dealing with millions of health, that is a lot, but it's not the end of the world. Alright, here we go again. 50-50. All right, let's go. Chat, I can't stress enough just how lucky we have been with the, like, card RNG. We have been so fucking lucky with card RNG. Like, even here, we got literally another arts card. Like, card RNG has been super beneficial all night. All right, hopefully this kills. I'm terrified of this now.
バルムンククリームヒルト最悪に
Yeah, that was good damage. Yeah, he killed the fuck out of him. Great. I had 50% defense down. Feels good, man.
つまりは我々の積み重ねの勝利だ。
Yeah, like as much as like the effects there, like oh hey, like the buff removal resistance or the like Oberon targeting somebody, that RNG is paltry compared to getting the correct cards on the turns you need them. The fact that I did get the correct cards on the turns I needed them, whack. Like I've had attempts where I've had to sit there and repeatedly keep like going back in over and over and over again just to try and get it. Do I want this? Do I want the Wood Woes one? I don't know that I did. The rest you didn't need specific cards? Well, you say that, but some of the damage there was suspect without the correct cards, so getting the correct cards just made it like, man, I didn't have to care. But yeah, it's always better to have to need card RNG on turn 1 than on any subsequent turn, because if you need it on turn 1, you can just exit and re-enter. If you need it on like turn 3, well, your run gets fucked, 3 turns in. Woodwose is the only one I could clear. Well, he's easy in the sense that he's a caster and a lot of people have strong riders. The problem is that's the comp you used. What the fuck is that Aussie in the background? What's that? Back up. So I'm gonna use a rider. I feel like it's safer anyways. I'm gonna use her. She has a good time locking him down. The real problem is Woodwose starts getting critty, and that's the thing I'm more terrified here than anything else. Actually, let me take a look at something real fast.
Yeah, いらっしゃいだね、マスターくん。
Have I unlocked hers? Well, I have now.
我ながら
That might not be bad. But I don't want it on that one. What the fuck is he considered? Male, gendered, demonic, fey, humanoid, wild beast, earth attribute. So he does not have alignments. That can work. There's something I'm looking for, by the way, chat. Which actually, there's filters, so hold on. You want to see the fastest run? What is it? The fucking... Oh, sweet dear Lord baby Jesus, no. Fuck that. Wait. Sweet dear Lord baby Jesus, fuck that. No. No. Okay, so chat, what I did is I'm removing the crit rate up. Actually, let me see. Let's see if there's a crit damage and not a crit rate. Cleanse, stun, and charm will be helpful. Do we have one? Maybe I didn't select the right type. Yeah, this is one where it's like, sometimes chat putting on command codes is really freaking strong. Omega low. This would actually be really good for this, but I'll favor not changing the fight. Well, Seatonize the defense debuff, which was one that I had like already kind of looked at and thought like, hey, this may be a thing. It's all debuffs. It's a mistranslation. Is it? Oh, wow. I did not realize that. Actually, yeah, don't I want Tamamo Mirror instead? Because Tamamo Mirror prevents. You can't cleanse a charm or a stun because you're charmed or stunned. Wait, no, that's not Tamamo Mirror. What am I doing? Tamamo Mirror's 4-star. That's what it is. Or is it? Am I... Am I blind? I must have this filtered. Huh? Maybe I was just blind? Am I don't know.
そろそろクエストに戻る？
I don't know what that was. I'm not gonna try. Yeah, this is one where if you know you're gonna have to go the distance on a super reco, like you're not just gonna 3-turn it, so you're gonna have to face the mechanics and you're gonna have to face them for a while. Take command codes, especially things that will allow you to kind of shit on the fight and remove the boss's advantage. Those are usually a really good idea. So that's going to be why I'm doing this, is to try and debilitate Woodwoes and remove any offensive advantage he has. Because that's the thing you have to watch out for. He is going to crit up a storm if I can't remove those effects. So it's better to actually go out there and try to do something kind of to that degree. Something to try and remove him or prevent him from getting it. That way I don't end up in a bad scenario. How bad is, or how good is my Aussie? Aussie. Mine's only NP Dos X. Aussie. Well, I could still run him. Now I lost him. How did I just lose him? I just had him. There he is. You want that? Okay, interesting. He never saw the sun? Oh, I know, but I'm very much of the same line of thought here. All right. You know what? Blip. I know it's 2 force supports, but these are all otherwise a bunch of units that don't get too much bond. So why not? Teapot. Can also use your Mabe instead of Ozzy. That's true. Yeah, I probably should have actually. She would have been arguably stronger because of the anti-mail. The thing I like about Ozzy, though, is Ozzy does have that Imperial privilege that helps him kind of stay in the fight a little bit longer. A multi-turn? It is a multi-turn taunt. Yeah, see, that you can't get rid of, but after you pop the first bar, you can. I'm just debating if I want him to stick around longer or to die instantly. Yeah, it's just the one turn, so there's no real advantage here. I think we very much start treating this like an invincible comp. So... His MP is locked after first use. Oh, I know, but you can kind of soak some turns with him sometimes. The real problem is late in this fight, Woodwoes is going to start MPing like a motherfucker. Like, he's just going to basically keep rattling them off, and you need to have a way to kind of tank him. Now I'm just going to go ahead and do that just to get the small amount of healing against the Black Grail there. And I think we're just going to send it. Going to kind of start the banana rotation. Okay, so getting rid of the attack up might have been a good idea as well. I didn't realize he had one. The tear can also be a problem, but we'll see. I gotta think about how I want this. He gets invuln pierce, doesn't he? After his second break bar goes bye-bye. That's 5 turns of Pierce Invuln. So ideally cats! Nope. 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 Oh, I'm getting rid of that fucking terror. Fuck that terror. All my homies hate terror. So the logic here is going to be that whenever he gets to his first NP, assuming it's going to be before I've broken the second bar, I will invuln it with Proto Merlin probably instead, because Proto Merlin's invuln will not be usable really as for the 5 turns that he has that up. So we're just gonna go ahead. We're gonna do this and that. It's not going to be the best, but it's going to be at least something that's going to get rid of the terror at this point. Do you think they'll ever buff your Rails Vampirism to 30% charge to 27? They might. I'm just going to say that, like, in a weird way, I still feel like your Rail doesn't really need that. It certainly would be good for her, right? But I don't know. Like, I think, like, this is just a problem with Vampirism as a whole. Like, if they wanted to go back in and buff it for her, I'm not going to, like, complain about it. But it is sort of an issue at this point. Ooh, that is spicy bad cards. Hopefully she gets good refund here. Thank God it was only 22. It goes fast if you have a good rider for this sort of thing, or again, like in your case, a good alter ego who can kind of just loop and refund. Like, you look at the health values and you think it's going to take forever, but it usually doesn't. Bro, fuck off with that shit, my man. You instant 30k. Instant. This is exactly why I'm trying to, like, prevent this sort of thing. Is because this is just, like, an absolute non-starter to me. I cannot have Woodwoe sitting here 30k'ing my front line. That's just immediately going to cause problems. So we are going to use this now, since we pretty much know this is a bar break waiting to happen. Castoria is going to have to get to her NP, but she will get the, you know, every 3 turns 30%, so that should be coming up right here if it hasn't already. Actually, it may have already happened. I think this was already turn 3, so either way, we should beat Woodwoes to it. And this should give me a turn to remove those pesky buffs that he has. Okay, there we go. So we got it. What's that command code? That's the defense down on the party. So this is actually to my benefit, so we're gonna go ahead and send it. I need to get into the invincible comp and get as many stacks as I can here, because Woodwoes is going to keep obliterating me, and I got bad card RNG that turn anyways. So because I can't get rid of his crit buffs, I need to protect against it. Now hopefully this turn I should finally get all of her missing cards, because she's only had what, a single buster card so far in this cadence.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても、私は星を探すのです。
I also used Atlas. Yeah, I probably should have. It is what it is, right? I do like the, hey, now I apply terror right after this as a massive middle finger. Okay. Fuck it. I am absolutely sending that. He can go eat a dick and lose all of those buffs. He should have lost all of those buffs. I don't know why he kept one of them. Charm there is annoying. So this is the do or die turn. Yeah, that's a problem. Because the terror has to go off on Castoria unless she resists it, because it has not procced, which means that she will be stunned leading into the NP here. But I do have this as an option. Atlas would have been nice for the cleanse, yeah. Again, the problem is more or less the cadence with his tear. He reapplies it every like 3 turns, and you need to have the NP set to like remove it right after. So I'm gonna get teared here again. It's gonna cause another round of problems. The good news is we actually didn't bar break, so I buy myself some time. There you go. He immediately reapplies. This is very much a user to lose it.
承知いたしました。やー
I've done that more Woodwose CQs than Morgan or Oberon one. Honestly, yeah. I actually don't mind fights like this because they're not super long and you have to think, right? Like, which is honestly a nice thing.
痛いです。
This really depends on who he targets now.
もちろんやります。負けないぞ。
Like if he targets her, this is bad juju.
セクエンス。
He'll probably waste one of his turns reapplying terror. Maybe not. Okay, sweet. Okay. You got a bullshit lucky crit, but we got a bullshit lucky charge.
いいことだと思う。
I'm gonna hold on to that heal for right now. Mostly just because I can.
手を伸ばしてごらん。それでは
Because we are about to go into Big Boy's 5 turns of Invuln Pierce where we are absolutely at our most vulnerable.
兆を抱いた歩みなさい。
But it's best to start it while I have 3 immediate stacks.
我が瀬古が
Good luck of every 3 turns, yep. He will probably reapply the terror every.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。
Around the Caliban. Okay, this is the danger zone. I find this to be more dangerous than the final. But the final does get spicy as he starts hitting very hard. We're gonna MP seal him. Just delay the inevitable a little bit here. Because I gotta buy time.
いいことだと思う。戦いですか。そういうものですか。もちろんいいとも。
This is less about firing off Murasaki's NP and more about keeping the party protected. Of which I have to battle through terror here. He also has bonus damage this turn, so you can see I have the Invuln back. It provides no use other than shuffling RNG at this current moment in time. So it's really not something I would like to do. Given the fact that this is mine and we have an NP ticking, at least we should. We still have one more turn. So she's going to get 10%. If she gets hit even once, that will be enough for an NP. If she doesn't get hit, we're in doo-doo.
So
I'm going to hope. Gonna hope Castoria gets hit once. But only once. Not multiple times. This is the most RNG turn I've done, technically. Because I'm trying to take advantage of some extra firepower from Murasaki here to burn him a little bit faster. And kind of hoping that Castoria gets to the NP charge here on her own. Okay, now we are in deep doo-doo. Everybody's got their NP, but nobody is protected. So this is problematic. What's the last bar break? The last bar break means he NPs. Right here, right now. she's gonna get stunned on the next turn.
それでは読み上げます。承知いたしました。承知いたしました。こうして
So fucking spicy.
望まれることを望まれたように。もちろんそれはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン遊覧飛行っていうのかい？痛いです。
That's actually kind of a best case scenario there. So he has lost his invuln pierce, which is fucking ideal. Okay, he cannot cast his stupid shit ass terror this turn. At least he shouldn't be able to. I'm not 100% on that.
我がせこが不べきよいなりささがねの雲の行いこの生きるしなそこです雲の行いこのようなものです。
Okay, we break the bar. He gets tankier and gets his guts. I don't know if the guts expires. I don't think it does. Oh, that is so fucking lucky. Oh, that is so fucking lucky. Holy shit. Oh my god, that is lucky.
見せてあげるよ。恐れながら望まれることを。
I cannot believe he didn't kill us there.
いやいや、アバロンの
He hit Murasaki there way too much. Like, had he hit anyone else probably one other time, someone there died, but he hit Murasaki twice, and that just really worked in my favor. She was the only person that was invuln due to Castoria's invuln. I'm surprised it's still a 10k guts on this form. I would have thought they would have like raised it to like 100k or some crap just to be annoying. Last part time to scramble. Yeah, you really gotta like race against time here. Also, that terror just does not fucking help. So he finally gets it off, and he gets it off like right after. Gonna put it on Castoria. She's usually the one that needs the help.
いいともやります。そういうものですか？遊覧飛行っていうのかい？ここでまっすぐ。
I have no card to play except Castorius and P. Let's send it and see what happens. That defense down. That defense down is how he just starts really fucking hurting. Okay. Send it again. Get some more overcharge stacks. And what sucks here is this is kind of a... Yes. Yes, actually. Yes. Yes. Yes, let's delay. Let's delay. I was sitting there, I was about to pop the triple, and I was like, wait, no, like, I have double Murasaki arts cards here, so she's gonna loop right back. Again, behold, 200% refund. Feels good, man. Then he uses the terror. And now I get to remove the fucking terror. Get the shit out of here, you asshole. Murasaki is just a really good single target player. She really is. I was trying to tell people when she first came out, it's like, it's so difficult to quantify when you look at her kit. She is just extremely self-synergistic, and it really works wonders. Really works wonders. Okay, we are now in the Guts. That's Guts number 1. He should have 2 more. That's gonna be difficult to do. This is probably at least 2 turns away. I don't think I can 1 turn him right here. Okay, Charm there is kind of fucking annoying. Asshole held back on that. But you now get no more. Okay, we're gonna try. It's a 120 Castoria. Maybe she can one guy him. Come on, Castoria. Come on, come on, come on. Yes! 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 Fuck you! There we go. Woodwow's down. 21 turns. Oh. Feels good, man. I was really hoping that Castoria would be able to, like, actually pop there, but I wasn't sure how beefy his defense up was. So that definitely was nice. Yeah, again, it's not bad. The problem is Woodwow's is perpetually sending stuff out. And you guys saw, I didn't actually have control of his terror until right there at the end. Finally, I cock blocked him hard, and he couldn't reapply the terror other than on my terms. When I did this on JP, I had him like that from like the second terror application. I controlled the fight. This time around, he really tried to push me pretty hard. But the first time around, I had him in a perfect cadence, and he could not get the terror off really to any real effect. So if you can manage to time the Castoria NP to come in right behind his application of terror, he doesn't get any benefit. He just kind of sits there just like, oh. He's got a big moveset overall. It's a lot more random than the other stuff. Yeah, which I'm okay with, though. I think that's what they should do. Rather than these immediate, like, bullshit gotcha mechanics. And I don't mean gotchas in gotcha games. I mean gotchas in gotya, like, type of mechanics. He, instead, again, really does feel like he tries to give you a chance for the most part, as long as you're playing the fight correct. And it does make it a fun fight. So, that's all the Super Echoes, chat. Easy. Easy. Easy Super Echo. Anyways, let's go ahead and let's talk about, because I told you guys I was going to show you my computer build here. Let me real quick switch to this screen, if it will, because I don't want to accidentally dox myself here. Where did I put it? Yeah, okay, here it is. So let me show it on screen. Which case did Andre convince you? No, yeah, so Avalon's referring to in VIP. I linked some pretty freaking hilarious, like terrible shit looking cases. So this is basically my build. I did make a couple changes here. So I got the AMD Ryzen 7800. I was convinced to go with AMD. I agree with it, and not because people were like necessarily like bullying me into it or anything like that, but what I've been hearing at this point in time is that the AMD chips are just like kind of superior to Nvidia, or not Nvidia, Intel at this point. That Intel has basically been like, for years Intel was the like market leader with AMD lagging behind, and apparently kind of what has happened here is the current generations, like the past 2 to 3 generations of Intel, have really just lagged behind and not been able to win anymore, as AMD has not liked the fact that Intel was making kind of the lion's share of the profits. And this comes from like back in the day, AMD was kind of sketch on certain things and they were not really able to stand out. Nowadays, they're a lot better on that front. They're a lot better with their drivers and compatibility and everything, so this is no longer an issue. But still, everyone just kind of had that brand loyalty to Intel. But I guess what's kind of happened now in the past couple of years here is AMD has somewhat passed Intel over here. And Intel, in a sense, has not had a response to it. So what's happened is we have AMD with some new architecture on their chips and motherboards here, allowing them to get much better processing power and much better performance. So especially amongst the like Threadripper generation, the top of the line cards, AMD stands alone. Intel is not a competitor at the current point at the top end. Like AMD is just absolutely trouncing them. And you can see this if you go look at benchmark sites. And that's kind of what I was doing the research today looking at, was like, I wasn't able to find specifically this one on there as I was going to go look. But I did look and saw like that disparity that I had heard about. And I was like, wow, this is kind of like nuts. I can't believe it's actually this big. Like to the point that the top of the line AMD chips are like 30% better than the top of the line Intel chips, which is just like wild to me that that's the case. So AMD just has superior architecture at the moment and Intel has no response. As you start getting into like the middle of the pack chips, again, things like I'm going to be buying and you guys might be considering, it's a lot more competitive. But basically the problem that we've had in the last couple of years here is Intel has had actual like hardware malfunction issues with their chips bricking themselves. This is a known issue that their chips actually do get bad over time and can brick. This got discovered and Intel chose to not refund or again RMA anybody in regards to this. So this lost Intel a lot of their brand loyalty. And so this is where again, like it's kind of the big reason that I'm doing it. I don't like the way Intel treated their customers. I don't think they have a good product right now. I don't want to risk my chip that I'm going to be spending, again, as you guys can see, $600 on. I don't want to risk that just up and like, you know, basically being crap within a year or something like that of me installing it. So no, I'm not picking Intel with the current generation. We got a little bit more expensive CPU cooler. You guys can get a nice easy one for like $20 to $25. Just no matter what you do, if you guys are ever going to build a computer, don't use the stock cooler on a chip. That is terrible. That will get your chip fried. I know, it's happened to me. So don't do it. At least spend the extra 20 and 25 bucks, get yourself a good one. And again, you can go even harder. I get asked all the time, like, hey, should I go liquid cooling and stuff? I'm not a computer expert, but my honest to God feedback is unless you're doing intense overclocking, no, you don't need a liquid cooler. Liquid coolers are a fun thing to do, but they are just an extra boatload of money that you do not need to spend, and they are more complex than just installing a fan on your device. So that's usually what I tell you guys. Just stick with air cooling. There's no problem with it unless you have some really, really robust plans. I got the basically matching motherboard for it. It's a Gigabyte motherboard, but I was informed that Gigabyte is okay on their motherboards as opposed to their GPUs, which I've never heard good things about on the Gigabyte GPUs. Maybe you guys use them and they're fine, but I've never heard good things. So I was assured this was okay. So this is the one. This G-Skill Flare here is what Prophet had me in for on this. However, there was a deal earlier today for some Corsair, is it Vanguard? I'm trying to remember what the brand is, or Vengeance or something like that. I think it's Vengeance. Corsair Vengeance, like top of the line DDR5, two sticks of 32 gigs at 6,400. And this sucker was on sale for cheaper than this. I had it in the cart. The deal expired. There were no more of them left. The retailer ran out because so many people were purchasing it. It was basically a close to top of the line RAM here, like memory for the DDR5, and like it just sold like hotcakes. I didn't even get it. I had it in the cart, but I never got it. So the cool part is I did find another 6,400. It is about the same price as this. So it's as far as deals go, it's a little bit like faster than this and still kind of within the same price range. It's about like, I want to say, I think it was a little bit more expensive. I think it came out to be about $200, which if you guys can see, this was projected to be on sale on Newegg for $15 off. However, I pretty much got all of my parts off of Amazon this time. I did not go to Newegg. One of the things I hate about Newegg is Newegg either wants to give you free shipping that takes like 3 weeks, or Newegg wants to charge you an arm and a leg. We're talking like $50+ shipping to get it there within like a week or something like that. So I just said, nope, I'm not dealing with Newegg this time. I have used Newegg before in the past to build computers, but I have not been a fan of how they handle shipping. They are extremely behind the times in that regard. All these other sites keep offering free shipping at this point. So the fact that Newegg is either like free but extremely slow, or not at all remotely close to free, is my biggest issue with them. If you guys have like a micro center, if you have numerous other sites or stores in your area that are good, feel free to rely on those too. Always go with things that you're comfortable with and know. And if you don't know, ask somebody, because I get, like looking through some of these, you can see like if you hit buy here, it'll like pop open like, oh, hey, this is on BH and stuff like that. But you may just like have to like go into the actual part or something, right? And then the part will show you like, hey, here are all the sites. So sometimes you'll get like sketchy sites in here. I'm not buying that shit from a sketchy site. It's like, I'm going to buy it from Amazon, from Newegg, from one of the more popular, well-known, again, Micro Center or BH or something like that. I'm not getting it from some site that I've never freaking heard of. That shit's asking for it. So what we had in here, so to explain this, if you guys are unfamiliar with building a computer, and I highly recommend you guys do this, is how I've been doing it for the past couple years. What I do is I usually have a very fast drive. So an M.2, okay, this is a solid state. The M.2s are the like extremely thin, like card-like ones that you can bend practically, version of a solid state drive. And so I usually get an M.2 for my operating system. You get like a terabyte size one and you're probably good. You're going to be able to fit the operating system, kind of your local files, your temp files, stuff like that on it. But what you want to do is you want to take everything else, every non-essential thing, and not put it on that drive, because that drive will fill up over time. So instead, what you want to do is you want to buy some additional drives for storage. They don't necessarily have to be as fast, because they're not going to be running the operating system and basically controlling the boot speeds and stuff like that. Instead, it's going to be like where you're having your video games and stuff, basically where you're storing, I don't know, like your anime or your movie files, or like, any sort of other like documentation or type of program that you have that's non-essential to the operation of the computer. you want to store it on those. And so it's really funny because basically when I had Ash and Prophet put together some builds for me, both of them, they were asking me about the storage, and I kind of told them like, okay, here's what I do. So they socketed me in for two terabyte storages, because currently my computer has a 1 terabyte and a 3 terabyte in it. So I have four terabytes of storage. However, today I saw a very nice deal for a 4 terabyte storage SSD M.2 990 Samsung. It was a very good deal. It was like 25% off. And so me, an intellectual, looked at that and said, why don't I just get 2? And so now I have 4 terabytes times 2 for my storage. So now I'm going to have a total of 10 terabytes of storage for my computer. And I can just say, like, what even is storage? Is this a concept? I don't know. I'm just going to like throw everything, save everything onto my computer. Why would I ever need to delete something? What's that? Why do I have this delete button on my keyboard? I don't need it. So, and kind of what I realized too, because out of everything on my computers, the things that I've had to actually upgrade, like got forced to, beyond the computer itself, like when you start going like, oh man, my RAM, my motherboard, my chip, and my graphics card are no longer cutting it. When they're not cutting it, time to get a new computer probably. But beyond that, the thing that I've really had to actually do, it's the storage. It's always the storage. I start running out because video games are so damn big now, and they just keep bloating. Like, I fully expect that like in 10 years we're gonna see like Call of Duty 21, and it's gonna be 5 terabytes in size, and then we're all gonna be like, what the as we have no room to store it. So that's going to be, again, why I'm kind of doing this. I want the bigger storage so that I have the capacity to store whatever the fuck I want, so that I am future-proof, so I don't have to friggin' replace this crap in the future. So they don't optimize the size of their games like in the past. Yeah. And so that's kind of why I did this. Also, again, just, I'm not saying you guys need this amount of size. Remember, I'm a streamer. I have numerous other like multimedia projects, artwork that I store, assets for the stream, things that take up a lot of space. So that's why I went ahead and did this. I pulled the trigger. I didn't mind. I think Prophet himself got one of them as well, and I know Trubs was considering it too. It was a good deal. If you guys need it, again, I'm sure like Prophet or somebody else can link it in chat. But yeah, it was a very good deal. So I ended up basically nixing both of these and getting something different. So again, that one changed as well. But I did get the normal 2 terabyte here for the operating storage, operating system storage there. I did get this video card. We had some issues with this video card because basically the thing that I set out to do, and I think I probably annoyed the shit out of Prophet as he was sitting there helping me with some of this, but like, from building computers in the past, one of my pet peeves, and one of the things that just always annoys me, is when you have like 90% of the build is coming in like in a week. And then like there's that 1 or 2 parts that are like, yo, we know the rest of you are coming in like a week, but like, what if we don't arrive for like 2 months? And that just drives me up a wall. I don't like that. I fucking hate it. So one of the big problems I kept having with the video card is like a bunch of them just being like, oh, I'm not arriving until January. And I was like, bro, like, I don't want to have to build the entire computer and then be unable to use it until the graphics card arrives and then slot the card in finally. So essentially, I kind of shopped around. I did find they had this exact card, the 4080 Super here, at Best Buy, and I can get it pretty much in the same time frame as the rest of my stuff. So pretty much by, I want to say it's like, I think December 6th, I should have all of my parts now. Thank God. So I did manage to finagle that. This one ended up not being a big problem in the end. There were cheaper cards by about like $30-ish you could have saved, pretty much maybe 40. if you went with like Gigabyte, but just for the brand name, I went with MSI over Gigabyte. Again, I don't mind paying that extra 30 to 40 bucks if it assures a better product that's not going to conk out on me, especially when you are spending $1,000 on a part. That shit's expensive. I don't want it to be crap, right? So I think that kind of makes sense if we're going to be spending that much. Let me come back to the case. So we ended up basically getting very similar to this. I think I got a gold rated power supply instead of a platinum certified one. It ended up coming in around 150 bucks, so it was a little bit cheaper than this one over here. And it was the same problem kind of as the card, where I needed the shipping to be right. So I kind of shopped around, found a different deal, and yada, yada, yada. I did not buy Windows 11 because Windows 11, I technically already have a Windows 10 key. I should be able to upgrade that and then transfer it. So that's something I need to look into. I probably got to talk to some people about how to do that. But yeah, and if that doesn't happen, then out of everything, you can always get like a digital key of Windows 11 and kind of put it on a flash drive and plug it in. So it's not the end of the world if like you buy parts of your computer sooner and wait for other parts. Don't forget, we also have Cyber Monday coming up. There will be different deals on these days. So if you guys are kind of interested in kind of getting your computer ramped up for next year with like, again, I think we have like Monster Hunter Wilds. We've got like Path of the Exile coming up. We've got Grand Theft Auto, but Grand Theft Auto is, I think, going to be console only on release for now. So there should still be several games that people are going to kind of want to up their computer for. So I think that's why we see a lot of people kind of doing it this year, despite the fact that the prices are not all together that great. I think for a lot of people, it's been just a long time. And I think now the games are getting to the point, kind of as they have in the past year here, that they're beginning to finally really outpace people's computers. So I think you're going to see a lot of people trying to upgrade here in the next year or two, and that's going to be why I'm going to say, again, if you feel the need to like maybe get some of the stuff now and not purchase it all, that's certainly something you can do. Shop around, try to get sales. Just remember, technology changes. It changes pretty fast. Don't wait more than like a couple of months, I would say, to pick up all the pieces. Try to make sure that you build the majority of it in a relatively small time frame, so that way you don't end up, with parts all over the place. I did get these case fans. Prophet was telling me about them. These are really interesting. So the way Prophet was describing it to me is that these case fans have proprietary technology that allows them to functionally be connected, to be 3-in-1. And so what that means is that you don't have to worry about plugging each individual fan in. Instead, you can just plug one end in, and therefore it saves you so much on like cable management and stuff. So this is actually really nice. Yeah, it's cableless fans basically. So I do like that. I think that's a really cool idea. I'm surprised some of these other fan makers haven't like picked up on this sort of thing, but maybe they have and they haven't been able to do it yet, or they just determined that it's not worth it. But either way, I did get a couple of these. They are somewhat expensive for that, but I felt like, the price of being able to save on cable management's a thing. All right, that brings me to the last thing. The most difficult part in the entire build. The case. I never would have thought getting a case would have been the most difficult part. Usually getting a case is super easy. I usually don't have to pick that hard. However, so part of this is on me. I'm just going to go ahead, full disclaimer, and say the reason that this was difficult is because of me. Because there were three things that I needed. One, I needed the case to arrive in a timely manner. 2, I needed the case to have 3.0 USBs on top. Not just at the back. I needed it to have 3.0 USBs, and I preferred 2 of them. And 3, FTG, chat. FTG. Fuck tempered glass. I hate tempered glass. I have had tempered glass, and I have had tempered glass break, and I hate dealing with that. I don't know why the industry standard has been to move everything to tempered glass. This is not how it used to be. We used to have plastics and acrylics, and instead, all of a sudden, everybody does tempered glass all the time for everything. And then, oh, you set it down ever so slightly wrong. Oh, you touched it in just like the most normal way in some way, shape, or form, and it breaks. It shatters immediately. That's why I hate tempered glass. I don't think that should be a thing. I think that's incredibly stupid, but they keep doing it. RGB, that's why. That's the thing. We've had clear cases for years. I don't know why, but the industry standard has shifted to tempered glass. I think it's not even necessarily that the consumer prefers it. I think it's that it is cheaper than making plastic, making mesh, making any of the other options. And so as a result, instead of doing that, the manufacturers push tempered glass into every build because they get to charge you still a upcharged price with a much cheaper and inferior product. And that's kind of my problem with it. We tried, and I got to the point that I had to finally give up on this. I had to give up on it. And it got to the point that Profit was helping me numerous times. And basically, my stipulation was that for this one to be true, it probably needed to be Amazon Prime for it to arrive in a decent time period. And finally, all credit to Profit, he finally found me a large tower that actually is not like cancerous. Now, let me see. I want to see if I can show you guys here, but I also want to make sure that I don't dox myself yet again. Okay, that's gonna dox me, so I need to not do that. Can I sign out? Okay, there we go. I at least got it to where I can not dox myself. Oh, okay. I don't know why, but my waiting for OBS? What? I don't know. Here we go. I don't remember if this is the scene I was on or I was on this one. I think it was on this one. Okay, here we go. So anyways, this is the one that I ended up getting. You can see it is a large tower. Should be great for airflow, should be great for cable management, and it just kind of has the locked inside. So I don't have to worry about it. Should be relatively easy to deal with. It's gonna be big, but I have a full-blown like dinner table that my setup is on, so like I got plenty of room underneath it. That's not a problem. But yeah, this is basically gonna be the look of my new computer here. So it's an expensive case, but I just got so fed up trying to get all the other things that I needed that I just said, screw it, I'll pay a little bit more. I don't care. Like, that's just how I decided to look at it at this point, because it was becoming so much of a problem, basically, to try and deal with all of this and still maintain some amount of, like, again, some of the things that I wanted. So are you gonna at least make it look nice? Well, like, what do you mean? It's a solid case. Like, I don't have to see into the case. I like to, but I don't have to see into the case. So you can see this sucker's big. It looks nice already. Yeah, it's just a big black box, right? Like, I don't mind. I will absolutely take that. So, oh, stickers maybe? Yeah, maybe, right? Like maybe I'll that's what I need to do, chat. I need to get like a wrap of like we'll get like a wrap of like Aurelia or something. I'll just put her on there. We can make it like we could make it, yeah, we could make it like this. Or we could do this. We could do this one, right? Like I feel like this one could be nice. Are you prepared for the massive news? What's so massive? I gotta like, are there sites where like you can do that, where you can get like a like printed wrap, like custom made? Discord DM CAD. Wait, I don't get it. I'm confused. What is this? What are you sending me? Open it? I did. I looked at it. I don't know what you're. It's the PC I got today. Oh, did you buy like a pre-built? Rest of chat feeling left out. Oh yeah, sorry here, chat. I assume this is what Ash wanted anyways. Oh yeah, cyber power. Yep, and gutted it a bit, $1,000. What's the specs on it? Like, what's your GPU and your CPU? Am I building the PC myself? Yes, I have built. Chat, I have built 4 PCs prior to this. This will be my 5th build. In fact, I literally have my streaming PC, my current PC, and my one spare. So I have one PC that I built older than that one, and I built that back when I was in like high school. So now it just needs a cute figure inside. The only problem with putting a cute figure inside one of these is the dust is gonna be like awful at a point. But yeah, what Prophet did say, and I do kind of agree with this, is that I can probably find like a plastic or a mesh panel for the side of that if I really wanted to be able to see inside the case. I found a CPU and an M.2 drive at Micro Center cheaper than the part picker site. Yeah, that's good. As long as you can find that, go for it. CPU is only $10 cheaper. Don't expect to get a really good deal on a CPU or a GPU. You're still going to get hammered on that. That's why I said, like, you're only going to be able to save, like, probably at most, like, 20% off the original price. We got the RAM, replaced it with... I can't open that because that will probably dox me. I'm sorry, Ash, but I cannot open that. If you send me a picture, that's fine, but I cannot open that. It's Corsair Vengeance RGB RAM. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I got the 232 gigs, and that was mostly to future-proof me because most stuff's not even going to use 32 gig right now. But the way I looked at this was twofold. One, I'm tired of not being able to like run video games on the maximum quality settings, considering I have a 2-computer setup. Like that's the entire point of having one. And 2, I basically started to view this as my forever PC. It's not my forever PC, but as you guys know, again, I'm trying to like find somebody. I'm being more proactive about that. And I figure The missus will probably at some point get upset if I start spending thousands of dollars on a computer. So it's better to spend thousands of dollars on a computer before I meet the missus. That's the way I decided to look at it as. Got a CPU RAM MOBO for 450? Yeah, I mean, you can do that. Like, there, chat, if you're not going like top of the line stuff, the parts start getting exorbitantly cheaper. So like, it's all up to you to determine like how you want to build the PC. It's like a work versus play thing for me. So what, like you view your PC as like for work type deal? Because like for me, I spend all day at a PC, be it on stream or at work. Like it just doesn't bother me. I mentally check out after I'm off the job. I'm glad you had this PC discussion. I'm about to replace my 2016 PC. Jumping in from a 1060 to a 4070 is going to feel nice. I probably could have upgraded sooner, but I'm bad with money. No, it's all good. Like again, I am not an expert. I have built many PCs, but I'm not a like tech guy, right? Like, so I don't know all the parts. In fact, you can ask Prophet. I was asking him several questions today about things about like with the RAM, like what's the cast latency actually mean and stuff like that. Because like you hear the terms, you know, usually bigger number better, but like you don't have the ability to quantify it and whether or not it's actually an important thing to you. I'm gonna say again, we do have the like tech discussion channel. If you guys want, I do know that like Ash, I do know that like Prophet and several other people on the Discord have good knowledge of that sort of things. So if you guys ever have questions, feel free to ask them. And I can answer some rudimentary questions. Like if you're just trying to like talk strategy about building a PC, that I can absolutely answer. If you're trying to ask specifically what does this little thing on this little part do, I probably can't answer that. But again, I can at least generally tell you generalistic knowledge about like who some of the good brands are, what some of the good products are, that sort of stuff. I got a rig from 2020 that's high end at the time. I'm hoping to get a few more years out of the current one. Yeah, you'll probably be fine. Like, I don't know what generation that would be necessarily, but like, if you bought like top of the line in 2020, you'll still absolutely be great. If you bought like mid tier in 2020, you still have probably a couple more years, but I think some of these upcoming games are going to start to strain your computer. Putting off upgrading my 3090 until the 5000 series releases soon. So it's really interesting because like I've heard rumors that the 5000 series is not going to be a big upgrade. We'll see, right? Like, but basically I have a 3000 series in my streaming computer. My streaming computer technically has a nicer GPU than my gaming rig does. However, like if you were to benchmark the two, I have a 2080 Super in my gaming rig and I have a like 3070 I think in my streaming rig. And it's like quite literally like this close. Like this is so marginally better. It like wasn't worth swapping the cards around. So I basically just said, fuck it. And I'll just keep the 2080 Super until I upgrade. But we're at that point. Like again, as you guys saw me trying to run like Stalker 2, that's kind of why I haven't played it with you guys. It's still running kind of crappily on my computer. So I did see they apparently had a patch today that helped some of the optimization some. So that may be a thing. But I think like it was finally a sign. Okay, look, I've had a couple of games here that have done this to my computer. It's time to get a new one. And this is part of the reason that I have the two computer setups, so that like, because chat's always like, oh, are you running too many things? Do you have too many Chrome tabs open? And like, if I can shut literally everything on the computer down, since my other computer monitors this one, I know if the game's still not running good with everything else other than the game shut down, problem is the game. Problem is not necessarily my computer, right? But again, like that's with all the settings turned low. That's how I knew it in the case of Stalker that it was an optimization issue. But what if I have all the settings basically at a decent amount and the computer is still just struggling? What if I have it even at the lowest amounts and the computer still can't handle the majority of the game? It's not like hitching in certain places. It's just everything is bad and slow and not, you know, operating correctly. At that point, that's probably not the game. That's probably my PC. And we've had a couple of those where that's been a little bit more apparent that my PC can't handle it. So, are you using AMD or going to NVIDIA? GPU, I'm still gonna be NVIDIA. GPU wise, NVIDIA is still top dog as far as I'm concerned. But chip wise, I think AMD is kind of taking it over Intel at the moment. Well, that's a really good card. Or chip, sorry. What Unreal 5 does to a gamer? Yeah, that's the thing. I think so. Part of this is chat, like, and I'm dead serious in this. Part of this is the industry standard is becoming Unreal Engine 5. So as the video games start migrating to this, I think all of the computers that we've been having for the past decade here, they're really beginning to get some strain. Unless you bought your computer in the last couple of years, you are really beginning to feel this upgrade that the gaming industry is having towards Unreal 5. Is a VRAM sucker? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, and that's the thing, right? Like my current computer, and I'm dead serious in this, I think my current computer only has like 8 gigs of VRAM. Like that's the 2080 Super is limited to 8 gigs of VRAM. So like it just can't handle it. Like if you have a game that requires higher VRAM, it's just going to cause me problems, right? And that was, I know, like I had talked about it with Prophet as well, that was a problem. With Core Affinity, where the game is coded in a way that you want to disable it from using Core Zero. Yeah, I know there's like some compatibility mods that people have put out that really help it, so that's probably something I need to do. But again, like chat, all of my parts should be here pretty much in another week, so I'm gonna get on building it, and then just like if we don't play Stalker in that time, it's not the end of the world, right? Nowadays, you don't really want 8 gigabytes. Exactly. I really hope top of the line 5K series for graphics is not the size of the 4090. I really hope top of the line for the 5K series for graphics is not the size of the 4090. You mean like the actual physical card size? Because yeah, the physical 4090 card is huge. That's why I kind of had to get a either extra large mid or a large tower. It had to be one of those two, because the 4000 series cards are just stupidly freaking wide. So when they're seated on top of your Mobo, there is just not a lot of room in the case. So that's kind of a problem depending on how you do it. Did you get the wide boy? I did get a wide boy. Hayes, thank you for the 71. Appreciate it, my man. Hope you're having a good one. In chat, can we get some love for Hayes? Cad, what about the pyramid? Yeah, so I don't want to dox myself, but let me show chat some of the cases. Because I linked a couple of these and I was joking that people should have gotten them. So like, this is one of the computer cases. It's like Ozzy's computer case, right? Like you expect there's gonna be like another one that's gonna like come down on top of it and like touch it. Then there was this one. Dear Lord, I have no idea what this one was. I called it the Transformer because that's what it looks like. It's like a sideways case. I actually saw a video of somebody with like a sideways mounted case like this where it's like tilted. I don't really understand this. Maybe it's like an airflow thing where like because it's at an angle, the hot air can get out kind of like out of the top easier or something. I don't know. I don't really get it. Not a fan of those cases. Yeah. It was making people in VIP go like, what the fuck? And then what I like to call the ATST, the ATST case here, where like it literally just looks like a fucking cockpit. So some of these were just really freaking odd. And then Prophet found this one. This was the hey chat, have you ever wanted to have a touch screen on your case? Which is just like, why? Why would you ever want that? I'm sorry. And it's like maybe if it's like sitting on the table right next to you, but like I usually have mine down on the ground, which is not always the best thing to do, I'm gonna say, but I have a tile floor, so like putting it on the ground is actually great for the cooling in my case. But yeah, like I guess if this was right next to you, sure, having a touch screen's not the end of the world, but like I looked at that and I was just like, what the actual shit? It's really cool for aesthetic builds. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe if you could, like, load up different things onto it or something, I guess. I don't know. It was just definitely, it was a day in that regard, like, trying to get all this together. I spent a good chunk of the day. We were probably building the PC for, like, 4 hours. And the hilarious part is, within the first, like, 10 minutes, I had 90% of the PC built. I literally spent all the remaining time on, like, the case and some of the shipping issues of the various parts. Otherwise, I knew what I wanted. It was fine. I didn't have any issues. It never should have taken that long. Okay, hold on, chat, because one of the other things I've been wanting to do here is I've wanted to basically lay my eyes on Path of the Exile. Because, so if you guys don't know, with Diablo is a top-down isometric dungeon crawling ARPG. What does that mean? Well, isometric means, again, that top-down style of look. Dungeon crawling means you basically go into a dungeon, you get loot, and you run back to town in order to, like, you know, min-max that loot. And then you repeat the process over and over again. ARPG just is a broad term at this point, meaning action RPG. Okay? So it's... Path of the Exile is supposed to kind of be a very similar to Diablo style game. And there's a reason for this, because Diablo originally comes out. It's kind of one of the first to really popularize this formula. It does great. Then, after some time, they come out with Diablo 2, and it is a wild success. Diablo 2 is amazingly well received. It has so much staying power, such longevity. They don't come out with a sequel to it for like over a decade, okay? In that time, because people wanted more and people were somewhat tired of Diablo, tired of Diablo 2 because they had played it to death, people wanted more. And so what ends up happening is I think some of the devs wanted to make Diablo 3, but Blizzard wanted to milk it and didn't. So instead, some of the devs basically left, some of the devs got fired, and what you ended up happening is this splinter. So from Diablo 2, eventually the devs make D3, as we'll call it. But in that time period, because some of the devs left and because some of them got fired, you have this splintering where some of the people make what's called PoE, Pillars of Eternity. Oh, sorry, Path of the Exile, different PoE. Path of the Exile is the spiritual successor to Diablo 2, because Diablo 3 is not. Diablo 3 is a completely different game in terms of its style and aesthetic. It does not play really like Diablo 2 does. So Path of the Exile is, even though it's a third-party product, an independent product, it is viewed as the successor to Diablo 2. So now, fast forward in time, you have the developers of Diablo 3, aka Blizzard, coming out with Diablo 4. And then on the flip side, you have the creators of Path of the Exile coming out with PoE 2. Now, Diablo 4 is already out and has had its first expansion. It had a very rocky launch. It has had very mixed sort of seasons over time. It's had some seasons that were very well received by the players as it looked like it was turning the corner. And it's had some seasons that were very much not, because it seemed like the devs were taking a step backward. I've heard okay things about the new expansion. I have not heard that it's like the greatest thing since sliced bread, but it is what it is. And I'm saying this like I have heard some people say that it's really good. I have heard some people say it's really bad. This is where I determine that it's mixed when I hear conflicting things. Meanwhile, PoE 2, everybody is hyped for. Everybody is assuming this is going to be the greatest thing. Again, Strom was nice enough to get me a early access key to PoE 2. So I definitely want to check it out. I believe the early access is going to start here probably about the time that I get all of my parts, because I think it's December 6th for my PC. But basically, I wanted to kind of look into this and kind of see a little bit what Path of the Exile is going to be about. And so at least like right here, it looks like we have some end game content reveal that they put out 8 days ago. And you guys can see it's doing numbers. Okay, so like people are definitely pretty excited for this. So I thought we would take a look at it here a little bit and kind of see, because I have no idea what's going on with PoE 2.
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
It's just so much.
And
yeah.
remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help.
I don't know that we necessarily need to watch the opening cinematic, but I guess we can watch it for you
Hear
guys.
the whispers. What do you think he was on about?
It's
Let me
Dorman,
get rid of
right?
FGO in
yeah.
the background.
Then Dorman.
It's
Shut
not
your
a
damn
game.
mouth.
It's a video,
Why do I always
but it's
get
Path of the
stuck
Exile,
with
which
these
is a game.
watches?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Get ready, there's a lot. Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Sullen!
Have they put out videos on the classes? Vid's a little loud. I can barely hear
A
you
mean
speak.
cleave, eh, Captain?
I should be louder.
He
than this,
can't
but
even lift his own sword. Captain Oren?
I turned it down and turned my volume up. some.
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain!
They dropped an F-bomb.
On my back, blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not.
But yeah, apparently.
Run!
Apparently the deal with like Diablo is Diablo's already had a great story and lore behind it, something Blizzard's always been great at. But Path of Eternity, the devs just kind of threw together a story. It worked, but they didn't try too hard. But I guess with PoE 2, they've really tried to like advance that lore. Oh damn.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Oh? Oh, damn, we got some Cthulhu.
What is it?
Oh.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Damn. The writhing mass of tentacles. Shameless copying. Listen, I do kind of agree to this to some extent. Copying is something that I do take very strong offense to in most cases. However, I do think there's something to be said when there is demand. Like when there is demand for more and the company that's making the original product...
I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Okay.
Existence is a thing of beauty.
So just real quick, basically, again, like, I think when there's demand for the companies to do more and it goes unmet and unmet and unmet and unmet and unmet, then if the copycat can do a better job than the original, I think it's warranted at that point, because I think that's just basically the community, the market, whatever you want to call it, responding to a need that is going unfulfilled by something that is lazy or otherwise, how should I put it, like kind of bloated and monolithic at that point. So I do think in that regards, it gets to be an okay thing. But otherwise, I think you should give the original creators of something the chance to do right by it, right?
Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
I'm sorry.
Yet bound to one another.
Oh.
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
So again, you're going to notice it looks a lot like Diablo, but this has way more classes than Diablo does. So if you guys have ever found like Diablo kind of underwhelming in that sense, there's going to be way more of a play to your play style type of thing. And there's your tech tree. There's your talent tree, if you will. Look at how freaking big it is. Yeah, customization is insane in this game compared to Diablo. If you guys are coming from Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, you have no idea. Like, Diablo 4, to an extent, tried to copy stuff from PoE 2. Or, sorry, from PoE, really. Because they were trying to respond to basically the fact that PoE had overtaken Diablo 3 in terms of popularity.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Now, what is that? Is that the world map? It's like Pathfinder and D&D, yeah. Except I don't think Pathfinder's ever surpassed D&D, other than maybe in 4th edition.
Those who obsess with death.
But it is a very similar scenario.
Soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access.
Okay.
Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
I assume that's how your character starts the game.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2.
You escape getting killed.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters.
Which I want to say, I've heard that the world here is like huge, so that those are probably just 3 examples, not like the whole thing.
Hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No 2 areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available.
So, and I want to say, because I think, chat, does anyone still play Diablo 4? Does like anyone know what the total classes in D4 are right now? Like, because I seem to remember it was like, was it like 6 or something like that? Because I know they added like a new one with the most recent expansion.
Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter.
I think it's 5.
He dashes in and out of combat.
So if it's 5, then that would make it 6 with the expansion. Depending on your class, is that the one that is saved? Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You can always play like new characters and stuff, so I wouldn't worry too much about that, but yeah.
Combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills.
Okay, I do like this with the whole like bow staff thing. This is kind of like you're playing like again like Black Myth Wukong. Like you're sitting there with your like your stick and your monkey moves. You're going
different
apeshit.
combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new.
Okay.
The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind.
So that's interesting, because now they've made it almost like a mage, whereas I feel like a lot of monks have like different things where it'll be like staff, fist, or like, I don't know, like kicking or something like that.
But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3.
Okay.
Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm
He just fucking one-shot that boy.
to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we could use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add
I'm surprised it doesn't have like a big dong sound effect, but I kind of get that would be annoying.
elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles.
Okay, kind of like
There are
Whirlwind.
21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches
21?
the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of
What? That is so much more than Diablo.
enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you.
Okay.
He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Oh, sweet. So you can animation cancel. Oh, that is so good.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness.
Okay.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will
That's
build
gonna
as
be
you
broken.
take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Okay, so there is a stagger mechanic.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash.
Okay, good.
If
They've
you see one
thought
of these
this.
coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun
Shield
them.
wall.
While charging, you're
actual
also
wall.
blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake.
Bro.
But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use
So they're
any
kind of
slam
like a
skill in your
shaman
repertoire.
too at that point.
This is a meta skill, which means that
I've
it's a
touched
skill you can
PoE,
put other
but I
skills
haven't
into.
touched it
I
too
can take a
much.
slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
And this is PoE 2
There are
now,
20
so-
active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we
Okay.
wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
Where you gotta learn to dodge.
Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
Bro, that's so many particle effects. Holy crap. Diwate, thank you for the follow.
You
the
might have
flip?
noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm.
I like
when
that.
When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
So that means you can
to
kind of
recharge
take
them, just kill more monsters.
Yeah, you can take the thing to
you can
kind
gain
of
more
counter
slots
the
for charms
fight.
by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which...
What was that? Did you see that? He basically just dropped like a bunch of grenades on the freaking ground with that shot.
All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
Bro, Ranger got fucked! Like, what the shit?
Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage.
Oh my god!
If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
Bro,
if you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in.
You can have like turrets there, as you can see, and it looks like the enemy will target
skills
it.
for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice.
Okay, so this must be like the necromancer class.
She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Okay.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
Oh, that's so fucking nice. Oh, that's
Here,
so
I'm using
nice.
the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde.
Oh,
you can see the
that's
spirit
so
cost of
good.
each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but
that's so nice. You get control over this. Instead of it making it like RNG or based off the enemy type, you get to choose, and it's automated.
Weak. Useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists.
That's so
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter.
Baby.
This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down.
Welcome to the bone zone.
There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes.
Okay,
this classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these.
So early access, they already have more than Diablo 4 does. And they're adding basically double.
There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between.
Okay.
For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used.
So there is a limitation, because I was going to say, like, imagine you just stacking like a bunch of those multi-shot ones.
Best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Even the developer doesn't know! Holy crap. I can see why people love, like, all the, like, build theory craft around this stuff, but, like, I don't envy those people. Like, it's got to be fun, but it's also got to be, like, you got to be, like, tearing your hair out wondering if someone's just going to come up with a better build than you.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground.
So my understanding, and I'm not going to say they won't nerf stuff, but my understanding is usually the devs here want you to kind of experiment and find broken shit.
Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide.
See, they know.
So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile.
Dude, this shit's like the sphere grid on steroids. They took this shit to, like, infinity. They were like, yo, hey, you ever seen those, like, constellation skill trees? Yeah, have you ever looked up at the sky and seen just how many stars there are? Welcome to our skill tree.
Systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
I understand.
But try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
So I just hope that doesn't scale up over time. I hope it's just a flat cost. Because otherwise that gets like more and more annoying if you want to switch specs. It's probably based off your level if I had to bet.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables.
I also hope they let you save
Notables
these.
normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt.
Okay.
And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
Okay.
In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in
Is
the
there a
attribute
story?
high.
So with PoE, there is a story, but they kind of just threw it together and it worked, but it wasn't the greatest thing, right? But apparently for PoE 2, they're really trying to like flesh out the story because their focus was more to make a spiritual successor to D2 originally. And now, since they've been successful with PoE 2, they're really going all out.
Ways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design.
Maximum life becomes 1, but you're immune to chaos damage. What, so like you can't get hit?
Around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress.
See, like, I agree. That is intimidating. I feel like without relying on someone's guide, there's just no way you'd fucking
You can swap
know how to
between
deal
weapon
this.
sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a
Wait, say that again?
is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
Ooh, so you can have different builds for each weapon. That's cool. I do like that, so that like it just changes on the fly in the middle of combat so that it's more suited to whatever the new weapon type is.
Specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Okay. I like that.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items.
Okay.
An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options
So you can't upgrade to a unique, though.
available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1,
Good.
so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough.
Good.
We want you to find things on the ground that
Because, like, your end goal is going to be to, like, be full of uniques. So, like, it's stupid if they don't make it available to you, because eventually you're just not going to have any use for them to begin
can be
with.
crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor.
Okay.
If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage.
Okay.
If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
That I like.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't.
So that means that you can just like loot something and it would be great for your friend and you can just trade it to them. Also, it could be great for an alt, so you can probably put it in some sort of storage and use it on an alt.
Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed.
What?
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Nice. Good.
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
So let's get this straight. PoE 2 launches with 6 classes. Let me be clear here. I want to let's go look up Diablo 4 because I don't want to like slander Diablo 4 without knowing the actual truth. Okay, so there's necromancer, sorcerer, rogue, barbarian, druid, and spiritborn. So there were 5 classes at the launch. There are now 6. So PoE is launching with more than Diablo did, and is having quite literally 12 due to the advanced classes in launch to Diablo's 5. However, that's actually going to be 3 in the end, so 18. However, this isn't even the total number of base classes, because it's actually this times 3 there, making it 36 different combinations to Diablo's 6.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
I
With
like
Strike
that.
twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities.
There's no way that works on a boss. There's no way that works on a boss. There's no way, chat. No fucking way.
Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan.
Oh my
The
god.
Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to
And that's just the 2 that were in the game right now. There's gonna be another
gain
one.
tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that
Pretty
anger out.
like that.
The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With
Did he just
Surprising
jump
Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a
Jeez, that
ranger, you
class
might
looks
choose to
fun.
be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
Okay, so you can completely dump accuracy.
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage.
I'm still going to say so far, this one, at least visually, seems the least appealing to me, because it just feels like she just is way weaker than the mercenary so far.
A bleeding concoction will
But
make your
I'm
enemies
sure
bleed,
I'll be proven
while a
wrong on
fulminating
that.
one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Early access. is
Contagious
sick, yeah.
Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Okay, that's nice.
Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
That's also nice.
The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your infernal flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
What?
She can also become a blood mage, a master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. Ooh. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can...
So I can see that having a problem against bosses, though, if bosses don't incrementally drop those.
Gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker. With Elemental Expression, the invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
Okay.
Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
I am the Thunder.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar.
I shall rage.
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury.
That's like a barbarian in D&D going like, what would you like to do this turn, player? I would like to rage.
Have enough. Transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks.
Okay.
With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead.
No one ever expects the Spanish Inquisition.
With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Dude, Mercenary seems fucking crazy.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
Okay.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Okay.
In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you.
What the fuck is that? You think they have an arachnophobia mode for that?
But will damage your honor. The monsters are
fucking
well
flaming
telegraphed, so that you can
RGB
avoid their
spider.
attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the Secumus.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with like PoE in general, in terms of getting into it, is generalistic ARPG knowledge. If you've played like Diablo or any other ARPG, like God, what's the like Torchlight or some of the others that are out there, like you'll probably have a good idea of what to do. But I think the biggest thing you need to understand is that PoE 2 has so much customization, like PoE in general did, that you're probably going to want to find somebody's kind of build guide and follow it, because otherwise you're going to be like kind of overwhelmed with the sheer amount of options.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
Okay.
Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example,
So they put a roguelike in here. Interesting.
entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Secuma's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water.
I find it really funny that like roguelike, kind of like how RPG mechanics became popularized and put into every game, we're starting to see roguelike mechanics get popularized and put into a lot of games now at this point too. Like that's why like back when RPGs started to happen, that's when all these other games started to get experience bars. Like even to the point that like now in COD you have an experience bar by virtue of like leveling up your prestige and stuff like that. So you even see it now, or like leveling up your weapons. You're even seeing now roguelike stuff come into generalistic other like types of games that wouldn't necessarily have had it before. Though I do think something like an ARPG is really like a good choice for it.
An extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor.
Okay.
We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Secumus, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame.
So do you have to do more of the ascensions then to get more of the points for your advanced class?
For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend.
Okay.
If the Trial of the Secumus is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
I like that. That is so fucking smart. So you get to choose how you get your ascension points. And if you prefer a play style, you can go with that. If you don't like it, you don't have to go with that. That is so smart. I would love to see Blizzard pull some shit like that.
For early access, we will have 2 trials as options,
Player
with a third
choice.
trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. a High Priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
Okay, now I have to walk back what I just said because this is straight up the same shit. This is
In this
basically
case,
just
we'll
more
be picking
roguelike
shocking
stuff.
turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Kimba, thank you for the gift below, Chris. Appreciate it. Okay.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
Let's be honest, though. Everyone's going to make it the goal to just get to round 10. Like, early on, you might not have the capability, but that is going to be everyone's goal. So, like, eventually, you're just not going to see anybody, like, pulling out. They're just going to keep going, and it's just going to be a pick your poison type of situation. Yeah.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you.
Fuck escorts.
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same.
Okay.
After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the trial of the second,
Honestly, that seems faster than the trial of the Sekimas.
then you can claim 2 more points to add to your ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Okay.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Oh, shit.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league.
Oh no.
We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign...
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, basically, they're cutting out their focus on finishing 4, 5, and 6, so more of the story, and just saying, fuck it, let's end game so that players already have access to that, and then we'll just release the story at a later date. I think that's actually smart.
It is already a huge game with lots of content, but for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you can see level 1 to 45 is the first 3 acts, but then 45 to 65 is repeating it. So, like, that's not gonna be too bad.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But
that's dumb. Don't remove it. Keep it.
What is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2.
Okay.
It's infinite and expands in all directions. The core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in
It's infinite?
all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
So I like that. So that was actually something that I felt like D3 did kind of good, is there were a lot of like in-game zones, it felt like, that were not the same as the base game. But then I think it did get kind of stale when they started adding, was it Rifts chat or something like that? I didn't really play during that time, but several of my friends did, and I remembered like watching them play and thinking like, holy shit, this is repetitive and boring.
The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
What happens when you brick everything?
No longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait
but are always a trap.
Wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs.
Yeah, so you can see it says it's guarded by 14 packs of monsters, guarded by a pack of magic monsters, contains 8 additional items, detonates nearby corpses.
There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
It looks like that handled it
Sometimes
pretty
you'll
well.
discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Okay.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges.
Chat, look at this shit. You just fired 4 of those.
There are a
Then another 4.
variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some
And then it exploded out from around those.
lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger
There's another tree?
and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops.
Dude, you can customize your end game. What the fuck?
As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of tainted paradise. Perhaps you'll work out how to... These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now.
Like...
items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map.
The Realm Gate. That either must teleport you to another part of the map or to an entirely different realm of a new map.
Don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
What? They even included base building?
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
Oh boy.
You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
Okay.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence.
So is that like a
By
rift?
engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill them.
Or do you like trees? So we put trees in your trees. I am blown away by the sheer amount of like depth and customization that this game has. My only criticism is going to be if your character themselves does not have a lot of customization.
Monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find class.
And I don't mean like gear. I mean like appearance, like glamour, or again, like your character's like face and aesthetics, right?
Hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs.
Okay.
You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
There it is.
In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies truth.
Dude, he has to get rid of all that just to get the shield down.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive.
The heck is that?
The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life.
Oh boy.
When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying delirium attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get.
So you can just jump to another part of the tree and unlock something?
Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Okay.
Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic.
I mean, it seems like that one's a more chill
to
mode.
Increase the number of expeditions and the rewards.
Like if you didn't
this one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects,
you could
but
upgrade
you will have
the
to
tree
find those for
itself,
yourself.
basically, with these.
In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes.
Chat.
Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. File orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. File orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos,
Can you not
the
undo
Vaal
that
sought
breaking?
to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting this city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store.
Okay.
But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty moving entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1.
Jesus.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier,
Okay,
so you'll get all
like,
the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well.
It's like a Kickstarter thing.
The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress.
Yeah, science.
You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt.
Nice.
But if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling Pawa. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war.
I feel like this one doesn't look that good.
Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp?
Jesus.
Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where
Okay, that's
Ancestral
cool.
Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack.
Ooh, that looks nice.
The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them.
What?
Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
Okay, but what is he?
Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary.
What?
By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened.
That's kind of wild.
Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Okay, so that's like the end of it. Yeah, looks like it. Jesus, that was a long freaking stream. So I did want to quickly go back here because there's at least like some moments in the class portion where they showed off the other classes and what they are. I want to see if I can find it. Okay, so these are all the weapons, it looks like. Those are support gems. Is this for PC only? I don't know. I could have sworn there was a point where they showed it. Am I just insane, chat? Oh, so it will be available on other types. Nice. I assume crossplay is going to be a thing then. Let me see. So I don't know if this is correct, but it looks like this is a list of all the confirmed classes. We got the Warrior, which we saw, Titan and Warbringer, the Witch with Infernalist and Blood Mage, the Ranger with Deadeye and Pathfinder, the Sorceress with Chronomancer and Stormweaver, the mercenary with witch hunter and gemling legionnaire, the monk with invoker and acolyte of Chayula, the druid, which has apparently been a thing, the huntress. It looks like the druid is an elemental shapeshifter and is strength and intelligence. The huntress is spear warrior with dex. And yeah, so then there's the shadow, which is apparently an intelligence dexterity hybrid. Nothing's known about it yet. Just traps and mines are now equipable. The Templar, which is strength and intelligence. Templars are commonly played as mages that summon totems to fight for them, or as tanky spell based builds. So are these a thing in like base game PoE right now? And maybe like they're coming to PoE 2. The Marauder is strength. And the Duelist is dexterity and strength. Some are, some aren't. Okay. Yeah, so that's interesting. So like I assume in that regard, like some of this is like, yeah, like it's going to be available from like the first game. But I also wonder too if they'll like change aspects of it. Like if it'll all be the exact same way as it was in PoE 1, or if it ends up as like a different thing in PoE 2. That would be intriguing. Oh, thank you for the raid, Mr. Toho. Welcome, everybody. We just got done watching the ridiculously long Path of the Exile 2 showcase. Because it was pretty nuts with the amount of customization they're going to be putting in that. How's it going, everybody? How are you guys doing? Hope you guys had a good stream. They have all 3 ascendancies. Oh, wait, what do you mean? So they've actually revealed all the ascendancies for each of these. Is that what you're telling me? Because I thought we only knew 2 of each of these. Unless you're talking about the base game ones where we kind of already know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know from that like what I want to play. Because like there's a couple of those builds that just looked really awesome. Like even something like the Witch looked pretty awesome too. I wasn't too ecstatic about the Ranger, which is sad because I do like the whole like, you know, like flipping around using the bow, but God, the Mercenary just looked so much better. Looked like he was just really like slamming things in there. And then the Sorceress is the one that looked pretty similar to like my play style and some of the other like Diablo-esque games. So I was looking at that and I was like, that may be one that I end up going with. We'll just have to see. But the Mercenary looks freaking insane. It just looks like it's going to be a blast, you know, pun intended. And also the Monk. So like the Monk with those like elementalist builds, like one of them reminded me, I think it was the Lightning one, reminded me of the what was the class from Dragon's Dogma 2, where you had like the dual wield staff and you were like flipping it around constantly and you had like magic. You were practically like a Jedi with it, and that's what the elementalist Monk kind of reminded me of when he had the whole like staff enchantments and stuff. Merc talents I saw around also looked insane, yeah. Which will probably be my first character. These really do look really strong. Let me take a quick look here at the druid here. Okay, so it looks like they did same up here, but Jesus, just going bear wild here.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, one of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today we want to show off the bear form.
Okay, so he's gonna have more than just the bear.
Transformation in PoE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear into a meaty swing. Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the bear's maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back. Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your Rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws.
That looks like that'll be fun.
The initial roar generates rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there. Of course, like any PoE 2 character, you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger. Since the bear is the slowest of the druid's forms, making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through. Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying.
Yep.
Something
That's
interesting
why I
about
like
the
that they
skill
allow
is
you
that
to
it's faster to use if
animation
you're already
cancel.
standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first, and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam, and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
Okay. I like that it like transforms the area as you keep doing it. Like I'm sure it wears off. You can kind of see it fading out, but it's still like they've done a beautiful job with this engine.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a bear meta skill gem. It allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear.
Okay.
I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar.
Oh
You can
god.
actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the Exerted Attack, and then I slam again. See how 2 slams triggered?
Okay. He gets like the ripple effect from
that's all
it.
well and good, but how about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of rage, slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the exert, and then Rampage around to do insane amounts of damage.
Nice.
So we've
Yeah, it
covered
does
some of
look
the
like they
bear
have a
side of the
combo
druid,
system.
but how
It's
is he
really
as a
cool.
spellcaster? Now, of course, we want to maximize the amount of time you spend in your animal forms, so most of the spells targeted at the druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
The
like, it
bolts
doesn't
don't do
look
much
too
damage,
powerful
but
when
they
they shit
shock
off the
monsters,
caster
which is a
form earlier.
debuff that increases all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear. So, that's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the druid could use some defenses as well. The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why Tornado is so useful.
Tornado?
Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills.
Okay, that could be really useful.
The Tornado
Especially
doesn't
for, like,
really
choke
move big
points.
monsters much, so you can actually use it to separate a boss from its minions too. The druid also has the ability to summon animal companions. This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and
Nice.
giving you a reason to resummon them in combat. The last druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast it quickly like this and it will spawn just a few projectiles. Or you can hold down the button to channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The Volcano sticks around firing its little projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear. Now, the reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the Volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
Ooh, that is nice. Like, it requires a little bit of setup, and the combo potential for a huge pack there is
Rampage
nice.
is even better, because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground. And you can run around the Volcano. Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry, which we were using earlier to double the number of slams. So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something, Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the Volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles.
Ooh, yeah.
This combo would have been even better if we'd remembered to cast our Lightning Storm first, but getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do when I first summon them. This is where some meta gems to automate some elements can come in handy. Here's a gem called Cast While Channeling. If we add Lightning Storm to this skill, we can cast it automatically while we channel a Volcano as we set up our combo. Cast While Channeling is an ongoing effect, so enabling the skill will cost us Spirit, which is a new resource in PoE 2 used specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm. So long as we channel Volcano for long enough, the Lightning Storm will also be cast on the same targeted location.
That's nice.
Currently, Cast While Channeling is active in reserving Spirit in both our human and bear forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the Lightning Storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around. We're also unnecessarily reserving Spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else, so let's fix that. I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear form. We showed at Exile Con how you could use skill options to control which weapon set to use when casting skills, but you can also use the same interface to enable or disable which buffs you would like to have active in your different weapon sets too, without having to recast them all the time, and shapeshifting counts as a weapon set.
What?
Now when I change to a bear, the effect and the spirit reservation goes away, and when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically. So, now that we have some extra spirit available as a bear, why don't we make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the Cast on Melee Stun meta gem. I'm going to put Summon Wolf in Cast on Melee Stun, so that whenever I stun a sufficient number of enemies while I'm a bear, it will summon another wolf. This is great because usually when I'm stunning, it's because I'm about to do my Exerted Attack Slam combo. When wolves come out, they howl, adding the crit debuff to the monsters, right when I need it. It also helps keep my wolves alive and summoned at all times without me having to do it manually. So, last but not least, let's talk about the skill tree. At ExileCon we showed how you could dual spec your character so that different weapons can use different passives. Well, as I said before, the bear form counts as another weapon set for specialization purposes, so he gets a tree too. If I open my passive tree, you can see how I'm near a melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster. By holding shift, I can allocate these passives in my human form, and these ones as a bear. Now, when I change between human and bear form, my passives reallocate automatically.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
So, here we are at the Blind Beast. The goblins have enslaved a huge behemoth and gouged out its eyes. Now they're sending it in to fight you while they watch.
What have they done to this creature?
Okay, so we got the stun off. You can see him build the stagger bar there. if he's dodging all the attacks and he's just not taking damage. Now he's taking some. It does feel like they gave you a very small arena to fight in. It's difficult to like get away from it. And he kind of even furthermore like seals off part of the arena with his attacks.
Your suffering ends here. Shameful.
We got it.
There we have it. With a little bit of customization, we have a build that can combine many different active skills to do some really interesting effects. At the same time, your skill tree reconfigures automatically at the right time, and your buffs reconfigure automatically as well. You can even cast certain skills automatically. But we also haven't lost the dynamics of combat. Many skills interact with each other, and the ones you choose to use at any different moment depend a lot on what enemies you face or what situation you're in right at this moment. And at just the right time, you might be able to combine all your skills in one crazy combo, get some satisfying screen covering spam, and do some crazy damage. Now, these are just some of the skills targeted at the Druid in PoE 2. We didn't even show you the wolf form yet. There's a lot more to play and experience, and we look forward to letting you guys try it out when we go into beta on June 7th, 2024.
Okay, so I assume the beta and stuff already happened. All right, so that was the Druid video. I guess there's 7 minutes of Huntress here.
I'm just going to show you another island, I guess.
What class is this?
This is the Warrior.
Okay.
So this is your sort of like quintessential slamming guy, and I'll show you a few of the interactions between the different.
Do I dare say that the other game is it similar to a B word character?
I mean, I guess. I guess so. But what's an area we haven't shown much? Maybe Journey's End. Here we go. Let's have a look at Journey's End. I'm not sure what's sort of appeared on.
So I like how they like just fully acknowledge the fact that they are just very similar games.
Anyway, so right, so I guess one of the things we really want to make sure of with the Warrior is that all of our melee skills kind of have a lot of mobility. So it's kind of like a basic attack. You've got like this kind of thing. Like in PoE 1, this would be like stand and do something. In PoE 2, it involves a lot of mobility. And the other thing, of course, is just like we were talking about on the Druid, is all the combo type stuff. So on the Warrior, one of the really nice combos to use is Armor Break. So what I can do here is when I hit monsters with Armor Break, it breaks their armor. But then that is used when you... sorry, I managed to run away from that guy. When you... and so when you attack them when they've got their armor, obviously you're going to do a lot more damage. So that's like really like the simplest level. And then the other thing that you can do is that some of the other skills that we have things that affect armor break. So they often remove armor break and do something else. So this guy has armor broken right now, and then if I use Leap Slam, okay, somehow I managed to not trigger that, there's a very high chance to do a heavy stun. Apparently, though, that didn't seem to work for that guy, so I don't know what happened there. But yeah, there's a very high chance to heavy stun. There we go. And that means that you can follow up with something that's much more slow. So an example of that kind of thing is we have a thing called Supercharged Slam, which lets you gather a bunch of rocks on your weapon and slam them. So if you just use it like for a short amount of time, you get like 2 slams. But the longer you hold it down, the more rocks gather up until eventually you can do like a ridiculous number of slams.
Nice.
So you want to be able to try and stun monsters, ideally, to be able to get that. So getting that, getting the Leap Slam, and then getting the Supercharged Slam is a good way to kill monsters. It probably wasn't worthwhile on these like random white monsters, but on a rare, it matters a lot.
I feel like the warrior class just looks like
Sunder.
it has so much like
So if you
weight
Sunder on an
behind
armor
the
broken enemy,
attack.
so I'll just talk about Sunder.
Like, it feels like it's going to be a very
use it,
satisfying class.
It's basically it's a very slow attack that does this like attacks on a line. And it's actually most useful when you have lots of monsters, because every time it hits a monster, it does a little ripple of damage. So if you use it on one monster, it's actually quite weak. But if you use it on a whole pack of monsters, then because the damage overlaps between each everything, I'll just gather a bunch here, it absolutely annihilates them. And so this is a useful interaction. But if you armor break one of the monsters, then Sunder does 500% damage to that monster. And also, it does 500% damage to all the monsters that get, like, from the little wave from those monsters as well.
Nice.
So that means that Armor Break Sunder can be a really useful way.
It looks like they're really trying
Another
to
one we have
emphasize
here is a Warcry
comboing.
skill, so I'm going to use Infernal Cry. So Infernal Cry puts this little thing on the monsters, and then when you kill them, it causes them to explode, dealing damage to nearby monsters. So it's another kind of good pack clearer. But the other thing that it does is it gives you an exerted attack, which means that your next slam skill is going to do a lot of extra fire damage. So a good thing to do is to armor break the monster, get the leap slam on that monster to stun them, although apparently once again that monster seems to be broken in this regard, which is very annoying, so I'm just going to move on. Get the leap slam on the monster, and then do the yell to get the exert, and then do the supercharged slam to get a lot of damage on them. So that kind of combo is what you'd be wanting to use if you're fighting a boss, and it's something that can really can really help. So yeah, exactly. So you've got to, I guess a philosophy you would say in PoE too is that you really have to earn your single target damage. It's not just a question of like, here's a single target skill, just use it. You really have to like earn that single target by doing a combination of things, and if you do that, you'll be rewarded by getting a lot more damage.
So the problem is that's going to be annoying because bosses are going to try to
some of the stuff you can do
that as much as possible.
Sorry, I should note, not the order. The warrior. I've got 2 classes for each of the combinations, and hopefully that's very interesting. One of the things that I like the most is on the Huntress is a skill called Whirling Slash. So the design of this is basically, this is just a little town area, so I can just practice here without any monsters attacking me. But when you use this, it creates this little like whirling storm around you, and the more you use it, the larger the storm gets. And when you exit the storm, it explodes. So it's kind of like a really nice single target. Sorry, not single target. It's a really nice area of effect thing that you can use to kill a whole bunch of monsters. So that's kind of like a non-obvious one as well. So like I can use dodge roll to get out of it, but there's actually more things you can use. For example, if I use this here, I've got a skill here which like makes your character run like maybe you didn't quite see that. Like do like a slash back, and which also traps monsters. So you want to kind of like whirling slash, and then get out of there with that one. And then once you're out of there, then you can start throwing your spears from range. So another one that's really useful for the Huntress is the spear field. So when you use this, probably not that useful against zombies because they move so slowly.
So is this
anyway.
a base
you create
a
field of spears, and they slow down monsters. So if you've got a lot of fast monsters around,
or is this something
then
new
that's a really handy one. And then the other one that's kind of useful is puncture. So puncture can be useful for moving from one pack to the other. If I make this thing here, well, there's no other monsters nearby, so that's unfortunate. But effectively, it's a skill that lets you teleport towards monsters like this. And the further away you are when you use it, the more that you're going to bleed. The more that you're going to bleed them. So it can be quite handy to use, depending on the situation. So maybe if I'll sort of do this. So I'm going to create a whirling slash here. I'm going to go out of there, which traps them in, but I can go back in with the puncture to bleed, and then follow up with my more single target rapid assault skill, which has a nice ending damage thing there. So this guy's moving pretty fast, so I'll use Spear Field to slow him down a little bit, and then I can pre-prepare my Whirling Slash before he arrives. And then maybe like get the mech like this, then go back into the puncture, this kind of thing. So there's a lot of mobility to combat that you can achieve if you kind of know what you're doing, which I honestly don't really that much compared to some people on the team. So I haven't done too much practice on this class.
At least nice to hear him admit that.
But the skill ceiling for PoE2 can be quite a lot higher because of the fact that there's a lot more to the sort of action combat stuff that you can do. So we only put like a few skills in there, and this is also Act 2, so you don't have that many more skills compared to what you would have later on. But I guess that's it there, just sort of enough to show you, at least some of the basic stuff that you can do as a Huntress. We do have a lot of other like elemental spear attacks. Like we've got a lot of different throws. But this class, what it's kind of really about is sort of going into and out of combat a lot. Like you charge in, you jump out, like this kind of thing. And then you've got stuff that you can do from range. You've got stuff you can do from close. It's really about exploring that that sort of
it feels like Pantheon
kind of thing that it's got going on. on. Yeah, that's kind of the main thing that Huntress is about.
Interesting. That's like, I'm not gonna lie, like it definitely seems like there's some really like interesting stuff, and I think my biggest concern for something like PoE is the sheer amount of like time sink that it would take, and the amount of like min-maxing you need to do. Because I think that's one of the bigger problems with that sort of thing is that like if a game mode doesn't necessarily like value your time and you end up having to like sink all this time grinding just to get like something and then you basically end up getting nothing, it becomes a huge issue, I would say. But it is what it is. Anyways, chat, I'm going to go ahead and end it here for tonight. God, it's already 1 o'clock. I didn't realize how late it has gotten. We watched these for a while. But I did want to like kind of see what the deal was with PoE 2, kind of what they were doing that was different, and just kind of what I'd be potentially getting myself into here. So I'm looking, I guess it's late enough and holiday weekend enough that I don't really see anybody on chat. So I'm going to go ahead and end stream here. But again, thank you guys for watching. Appreciate all the support. Appreciate you guys coming in and sticking around with me. Those of you guys that were here still for all the PoE 2 stuff. And I don't know. We'll see. I may be streaming again tomorrow. I may take the day off. It just kind of depends. But again, thank y'all. Again, I hope you guys have a good Thanksgiving weekend, and I will see you guys for the next stream. Later.